It's here. It's big. And it's closer than you think. It's not a tournament. It's what you don't see on TV. The cash is real. The stakes are high. They bet big. They win big. They lose big. High stakes live action poker. Live at the bike. Watch it live on the web or play it if you dare at the Bicycle Casino right here in Los Angeles.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Live at the Bike, presented by the Bicycle Casino, the first and only webcast of live action cash poker. My name is Bart Hansen, and I am here along with Shirley Rosario. How are you doing tonight, Shirley?
I'm doing well, thank you.
We have a $200 maximum buy-in restricted no-limit game that we will be broadcasting tonight. We've done this game several times on the show. Of course, the yellow chips are $5 chips, and the bluish-white chips are $1 chips. And usually people stack their chips up in 20 chip increments, so each stack represents $100. Of course, it is no limit, so there is no betting limit on each street. And I think that we're going to go around the table and introduce the players. Shirley, take it away.
Okay. In seat number 1, we have Carlos. In seat number 2, we have John. Lang is in seat number 3. There we go. Seat number 4 is Ernie. Amir is in seat number 5. Jeremiah is in seat number 6. He will be in seat 6. Whoop. Nope, Mike was in seat 6. Jeremiah is in 7. Adit is in seat number 8.
Gentlemen, thank you very much.
And Kasab is in seat number 9.
So we have an Adit and a Kasab.
Right.
Okay.
And Amir. Yeah, we've got a few.
We got it. So let's hope that we see some live ones. Usually this game is pretty lively, a lot of action.
Yeah, every once in a while we'll get a game that doesn't have much action in, but normally the $200 game does have a lot of action.
Right. Of course, the blinds are $2 and the $3 small blind and $5 big blind. And when we talk about seat numbers, sometimes we'll refer to players as seat numbers as opposed to their names, because obviously we don't know their names off the top of their head.
It's hard to remember some of theirs, yes.
We're talking about seat 1 being clockwise from the dealer's left, or from this perspective to the dealer's right, going around in a clockwise manner. So the seat 1 there, and then seat 2 goes down to the right from this perspective, and seat 3 and so on in a clockwise manner.
Right.
So, and usually this is the main shot that we use. So
this game's obviously been going on for a while because a lot of the chip stacks are more than $200. So it looks like we've got seat 9 there. It has like almost $900 in front of them.
Seat 1 has raised with King, Queen offsuit. Seat 2 cold calls with Ace, Jack offsuit. And seat 3's in there, looks like, with
an 8, and maybe a 5-8 it looks like. Pocket 8s?
Pocket
8s,
right,
black
okay.
8s, yes. We will get those up. So the flop's king high there. Seat number 1's betting.
Of course, seat 1 was the original raiser.
The one with the king-queen. He's betting his pair of kings. And seat number 7 looks like he might have a hand, and he didn't show his hand. So we'll have to get down there and let him know he's got to show his hand. And the king-queen ends up winning the pot.
You know, Rick Nebbiolo was in with me for the last part of Saturday on this $200 game, and he talked about with the restricted buy-in games, you really have to, make calls according to what other people, whoever made the raise, according to what their chip stacks are.
Absolutely.
And we saw that guy with pocket 8s make that flat call, and he did get a few callers, so I think the raise was only 20. So if he did have a set of 8s, he might have been able to break someone
take
there.
a stack. And that's what I've told you. I mean, a lot of times I won't play the suited hands and small pocket pairs and limit hold them, but in no limit, if I have a large chip stack and my opponent does as well, I'll be more likely to come into the pot if I think I could take a huge amount of his chips if I hit the flop really well.
And it's interesting that, like you had said, that this game has probably been going on for a while because quite a few people have pretty deep stacks. Looks like seat 9's got about 800 or 900 in front of him, and Ernie in seat 4, he's got at least 500 in front of him. So, and seat 2's picked up pocket 8s. Ernie's gonna.
It looks like he has 5 chips out there, which means he has $25. Is what he made his raise.
So
Right.
we got a Jack 9 suited call and a pocket 4s.
3 places.
No one really hit that flop, and of course seat 8 was the pocket 8 was the original raiser in seat number 2, and he checks, and Ernie, possibly sensing some weakness there, is going to put in a bet of $100. He's got a gut shot straight draw. He's going to take the pot down, about a $60 pot. So some of the reasons, when you come in with a mid-pocket pair like 8s or 9s and you have a couple callers from behind you, Shirley, and then all of a sudden on the flop you've got
a couple overs on there.
And it's your first to act. You check, and it's kind of a sense, your weakness. People will sense weakness from you, and
that's the power of position. Although I do have to admit that there is something to be said for early position. I believe that you can pick up a lot of pots betting out in early position if it looks like a board. There's absolutely no way that it can hit anybody. But with those, with Jack up there, the person in early position is probably not going to bet it.
Right. Usually, early position is advantageous when it looks like a type of board that whoever first puts the first bet in
is going to take it, right? Like on a paired board,
because you're the first one to act.
Right.
If you bet,
like an 8-8-3 flop. That's a good one to lead out into.
Of course, it would be a great one to lead out to if you had pocket 8s like that guy had, too.
Yeah.
So C3's got trips here.
So this one, this flop actually hit everybody. We've got a gut shot, we've got an open end straight draw, and we've got the 3 kings. So it's $30 bet and called there. The 8
And
Jack
actually,
just
you know what?
hit
I
his
think-
hand.
I
I
think-
think that's 9. He just hit his hand.
And I think Jack 8 is the original better there.
Yes, he was.
And then it was King 10 who had check called, and now he's thinking that he's going to check raise all in, and he's pretty much drawing to a 10 or a king now because the Jack 8 has hit his gut shot. And, people are going to hear me cry the same story about slow playing in this game with trips. If I'm in there with King 10, now it is a rainbow board, and there isn't a lot out there, so I'm not going to say that it wasn't necessarily a bad play to check call. But if you put in a bet there, it's going to be pretty difficult for someone with a gut shot to call.
That's true, but you want somebody in there with the gut shot. You want somebody betting that hand, don't you think?
Well,
the chances of him hitting that hand are pretty slim. He only had the 4 9s in the deck.
right, but the guy with the gut shot actually did the betting for the guy who had flopped trips. Now, the guy with trips checked it around. There were 3 other people in the hand, 2 people in front of him that had checked to him, and then 1 person behind him. Now, he didn't know, but we could see that one of the other guys actually had an open-ended draw too.
Right.
So giving that card in that type of situation, or especially with what people held there, was a bit dangerous. Obviously, we don't know that people hold 8-9 and Jack 8, but it's 2 different schools of thought. I will always stand by my play that in this game, I love to fast play everything, because with that type of flop, people will call with King 7, Ace 7. With 10-10-7. They'll call with pocket 6s. I see it time and time again.
A lot of times
So
I'll bet out just, because...
It's almost a value bet, not even slow playing, but it's just if people are going to consistently call you down with bottom pair, why not bet there? Now, a case can be made, well, you can make up for the bet on a
I really don't
street.
see there was anything wrong. There's, like you said, there's different schools of thought, and I don't see it as a huge mistake or a mistake, it's just different styles of play.
Deuce 9 Ace. This is a type of board I think, Shirley, we had a discussion about last week. When you have a board that's got 3 of the same suit with an ace, a lot of times if you fire out at it, you can take the pot down, because if someone doesn't have at least the king or queen of hearts or an ace, you can't call.
bet.
Okay. There's 6 people in that pot, so you would think that somebody would have an ace. In this case, they don't.
Right.
But in most cases, with 6 people in the hand, you would think that at least one person had an ace.
20.
And you're right. And I wasn't specifically talking about this hand.
About
sorry.
this hand, okay.
But in general, especially if it's only contested
If
heads
it's
up or
heads
2 or
up
3 ways.
3 people,
Yeah.
absolutely, yeah.
I think that's one of those types of boards where you can fire out at it first, and even someone with 2 black kings,
It's a tough call to make.
you know?
Yes.
Just hoping somebody gave me some action.
25,
Huh?
you flop flush.
No, I had a pair of 9s.
Very nice.
Yeah, I just didn't think
Two
anybody
over a
else.
card, you bet.
This guy, yeah. You want, let's call your friend in 10 minutes.
Okay.
Pair of 9s. This guy, yeah.
Of course, we are amidst our Winning of the Green tournament. We've talked about it every night. Last night's event was the $200 No Limit Hold'em. And the person that ended up winning was actually
Dr.
somewhat
Jerry
of a show
Buss,
regular.
yeah.
Dr.
Yes.
Jerry Buss took down a prize of, I believe it was about $33,000.
I'm not
First
sure.
prize.
I didn't look at that. I knew he won, but I didn't know. It was over 400 entries.
Yeah, so it was about an $80,000 prize pool. So somewhere in the mid-30s, I think he won for first place. And, all those people that were making fun of his live cash play, well, there he goes. And he won that little heads-up thing that we did last week, too.
Right. Right.
So two tournament wins
In a week.
in a week for
Not
Jerry
bad.
Buss.
Just 2 players.
And that is an awful lot of flops we've seen with those flush.
No one's got a heart. Looks like Queen 3's gonna win.
Thank you.
And I've talked with other players that have played Jerry Buss, played with him in Satellites and other tournaments, and I've heard some differing opinions about what his play is like in tournaments. Obviously, it's a lot different when you're playing really loose in a 400, 800 Hold'em game, like we've seen. But, people can get lucky, but you're going to have to be a pretty good player to win a tournament with 400 players in it, unless you're on an extremely lucky streak, You're not going to just be able to sit somebody in and he's going to win a tournament, a $200 buy-in with some pretty big names in that tournament. So I got to hand it to him. I mean, it's a nice win.
Yes, definitely.
Yeah.
I know that Amir was here. Amir Vahidi was here.
Right.
One of my friends was saying that he was surprised he was here for the low limit. But Amir's regular over here. I mean, this is his area where he lives. So, of course, if we have a small buy-in tournament and he's not playing a $10,000 event somewhere, he's going to come down and play it.
Right.
I know he made it down some, far. I don't know actually how well he did.
I think a lot of times one of the problems with having players like Amir, another three spaded board, another three suited board,
Flush board.
pocket couple of red 10s there. Again, we talk about how you could.
It's a hard hand to play with that flop.
There are 6 people in the hand. If
With
everybody
two-
checks around.
2 overcards, 3 spades out there.
Now, from what we see here, what I was saying is if someone had put in a bet, everyone would have folded. The only person that has a spade is the 7 of spades, an
And
underpair.
they're not probably going to call.
Right,
15.
right. And
But seat number 6,
Looks
the
like
one with the
seat
7,
6.
did bet his hand. It's a lot different when you're doing the betting.
it is the problem with that bet, especially in No Limit Hold'em now on the turn, is you just don't know. Like I said, like we had pointed out before, maybe it's too many people to try to throw that bet out in that type of situation. And then on the turn there, it's almost like if you put in a light bet, if you get raised or if you get called, you have absolutely you have no idea where you are in the hand with something like pocket 7s, because you got ace and 2 kings on the board and a 10 of spades. It's very likely that someone could have checked a king on the flop.
Oh, yeah.
So if you get popped back up, maybe if he was betting with the intention of folding if he was raised, then fine. I just don't know.
That's what I probably would imagine. I'm
Yeah.
pretty familiar with Mike, nickname Milo. I call him Milo. We've actually seen him on the show, and he does play normally a pretty tight, solid game.
45.
Seat one's got an ace queen offsuit. It's bringing in for $45.
And gets called by C3. Wow. Deuce 3. Now, this
is when we talk about how the chip stacks are going to be
are
important.
very important.
Right.
It looks like he only has 100 and something.
He only has $100 left, and it's not even a type of thing where, pocket pairs can take more heat than a suited connector. The problem with playing like suited connector in that type of situation is, look at this ace queen. He doesn't even show any aggression, with the deuce 3.
I don't have a problem with calling with deuce 3. But I don't think he had enough chips there to do it.
That's what I was going to say. And also the thing with the pocket pairs is you hit your set or you're out. With deuce 3, the fact that he doesn't have a lot of chips doesn't mean that he can't put in a strong semi-bluff either to bet the guy out. If he checks and the guy bets 40 and he tries to check raise with a flush draw or an open-ended straight and he only has 100 more, that's when we talk about the restricted buying games. You have to call.
I know.
So,
I'll play a lot of those suited connector hands. I've told you that many times before, but it's always, based on if I have a large stack.
I agree with you. I wouldn't make the call from up front with the deuce 3 suit. I just don't think it's high enough because any types of pairs you're making are not going to be any good, like maybe like with a 9-8 suited. But again, in that situation, because of his chip stack, it's the wrong call to make. Just because if you're going to make a move, in our opinion, of course, just because if you're going to make a move, if the guy has already put a bunch of money in, you don't have enough to drive him out of the pot.
I agree with you.
So it's very important to keep track of chip stacks in these restricted games.
In any no-limit game, it's very important.
Right.
It's one of the major factors in playing a game.
30 more.
Okay, so C4 raised at $30 more.
Well,
and he
queen
has
6 off
queen
seat.
6, yeah. Well, he's just raising out of the big blind. Everyone had limped. I would imagine just trying to pick up the blinds, putting in a nice big raise.
And the problem that I have, again, with that raise, and I had actually really driven it into my friend Albert, who was on the show a few weeks ago, is that if you do get callers, what he's going to get, and now he's gotten 2 or 3 callers, or he's out of position, and it's just very, very difficult to play a garbage hand from out of position.
I know. He hits it. He hits it huge, too.
Top 2 pair. Unbelievable. Can't ask for a better flop than that.
That's huge.
And he checks it, too. Unbelievable.
Well, of course he checks it. He should check it. Like you said, he was first to act. Let someone else do the betting there. Get in a little check raise, make a little bit of extra money.
All in.
It's going to be pretty difficult for pocket 8's call here.
That's good enough.
Looks like now this is Ernie. It looks like he's got
Ernie from what I know is a pretty good player, right?
I've played with him at the 20 a few times. I've never seen him play No Limit.
I've never really seen him play No Limit, but I've seen him around a lot. Seen him play a couple tournaments here and there.
Yeah.
And I would imagine that's exactly what he was trying to do, was pick up those blinds. I mean, obviously he doesn't think Queen 6 was better than all the people starting.
And he got a beautiful flop, so.
Oh, yeah. And got a little check raise in there, so, got some extra chips because of it. That's pretty funny, because he was just going, oh, boy, this isn't what I wanted. When 3 people call.
You just have to look at the odds of that play. I mean, if there were 4 or 5 limpers in there, so he's raising to $40 to win $25, and he's out of position. And if he does get a caller, well, maybe he thinks that he can outplay someone, which is fine. But it's difficult.
Possible.
But again, it's difficult, and I'm not making any judgments and saying it's the wrong play. I just don't think it's a play that would make. And it is a dangerous play if you don't know how to do that correctly. I'm talking about raising before the flop from the blinds with a garbage hand. Normally, you don't see that play made.
Yeah.
I had a big hand that last time. I may have hit you.
No, I had you beat, I think. You had ace queen?
I had queen king.
No, I had you beat.
4 planes.
Didn't matter. I didn't call the risk.
Got an open-ended straight draw here for seat 9. Pair, top pair for seat 5.
Otherwise, he won't be able to call his girlfriend later and find out what I had.
Seat number 4 also has top pair. He has a higher kicker. He's the one leading out. We'll see what seat number 9 does. That's about the best flop he could hit with that
hand.
3 planes.
I mean, unless you actually flop the straight or something.
Oh, and there it is.
Did he get it?
There's
He
the
did get
straight.
it. Yes, he did.
There's the straight. Did King 8 check?
They've checked to him, yeah.
Bet 40.
The bet's $40. It seems like a small bet relative to the pot. You suck him in a little bit.
And
Both of the
7-8's calling
call.
with the gut shot with the top pair. And the 10 has come now.
See how much he's going to be able to get out of any of these players.
Looks like the pot is at least $180 here. When you see these, this type of play, King 8, yeah, it was top pair, but I don't like it. I'm not calling for another 75. I don't. And the guy did just flat call on the flop. Would you think he would push more if a 4 came if you had Queen 8? And all of a sudden he started to push on the turn. You know what I mean? So I don't, I don't think that I would call with King 8 here.
I don't think he's
Too
going
much
to make
action.
the call, to tell you
No,
the truth.
too much money.
We
to
might get
second pair.
one caller here, but I don't. Pretty positive.
Well,
both of
even
them are.
less of a exactly, but even less of a reason for 7-8 to call. But 7-8 might feel that if King 8 folds, that he might need to call here. But
He'll
I
look
would
him
muck
up,
it too.
yeah. See, now he's tortured. He
Right.
had wished that player
Got
3.
called,
or
right.
Yeah, seat 4
Right.
had called, so he didn't have to do it.
It's a good thing that one of these guys didn't have 10-8 because.
Yeah, he laid down the hand,
he did
too.
lay down the hand. So there's a couple good lay downs.
Why don't you show yours?
Yeah, that was really.
Thank you.
It must have been a bluff, otherwise you would have told. I could tell. There's no bluff. Then either he had to flop a little set.
Probably flop top set.
Well, I mucked it through.
That's what I put him on.
Fly, please.
It seemed like from some of the comments that we had
Nice
read
battle.
on 2+ through and some internet threads that people seem to enjoy the table talk. So
Once around
I
the table.
think that
Straddle once around the table.
we're going to turn the mic up at some points and talk a little bit less.
I'll do it.
And then we're also going to have a period tonight where we're going to have 30 minutes of non-commentary again. People
Yeah,
seem to enjoy
just
that.
hopefully we can get somebody like we had last night.
Well,
Kenna,
of
who
course,
just
you
livens up the
and
table.
Kenna really
'Cause
liven up
Kenna's
the
just
table.
awesome, yeah. Oh, we had too much fun because he actually expected me in the booth last night and had wanted to do it with me and saw me out there and I said, come up here and join our game. We need to liven this thing up, and that's exactly what we did. So I hope all of you actually don't think I play that wild. I was strictly out there to liven the game and give you guys a show. So and kind of put the.
Why don't you tell people about the hand at the end there for those of you that watched? Because you came up to me today when I was playing.
Oh,
You
and
came right up to me and you were
explained
like,
it, yeah.
you were
I-
like, tell them about the history of the hand.
People
and-
don't really understand mine and Matt's history. I do play with him a lot. And he did have quads on there, and I made the horrible call with second pair, but there was a reason behind doing that. And one of the reasons is one of Matt's favorite hands to play is 10-4. And he knows that I know that. So he's going to represent a 10 no matter what when the 10's up on the board. So I was sitting there thinking, is he trying to represent a 10? Does he really have a 10 here? He could be representing a 10, and I actually have the best hand because he knows that I know that's his favorite hand. And then when it came on the end, another 10, and he put that bet out, and I smiled, and he smiled back at me, and I thought, oh, God. And then I'm like, that he was thinking what I had thought, that, I'm going to bet this and pretend I have 10-4. And then I asked him, do you have a good hand? And one thing about Matt is he'll always tell the truth. And so he didn't answer me. And normally if he would say, I have a really big hand, I would just fold. I would know that I was beat.
Players.
But he didn't answer me. So I made the bad call. I agree. It was a bad call. But, I mean, it was because of the history. And it wasn't just from last night, but from many times playing with him.
Now,
It's not a good way to finish a show, that's for sure. I look like a total idiot.
Seat 5 has got he's got bottom pair, and he actually has the best hand here, but King Jack is actually a favorite with a couple of overcards and a flush draw here, Shirley.
Yeah.
And I love the big semi-bluff with overcards and a flush draw. And
Pocket pairs
how can pocket threes call here?
I don't see there's an impossible way he's going to.
This is, again, the type of situation that you don't necessarily always see in Hold'em. You see it more in Omaha where, you might have the best hand now, but you're a huge favorite. And what I mean by that is he's about, let's see, you got 6 outs. He was about 60, 65, 70% underdog there in that hand.
The pocket threes.
Yeah. Of course, he did have one club in there that caught the outs, but you don't necessarily know that.
You
all
don't
the
know
time.
that, so Milo's counting his 6, 15, 13 outs. Because the two, counterfeit his pairs and clubs are the same cards, so 13 outs.
3 outs to the 3 more king outs, 3 more jack outs, and 9 clubs, right?
Pardon me?
3 more king outs, 3 more jack outs, and 9 clubs. 9 clubs left.
Yeah, but the 9, one of the kings is a club and one of the jacks is a club. So you can't count them twice.
Raise 40.
Okay, anyways.
Okay. You're saying that he has three kings, but one of those is clubs. You already counted them when you counted his 9 clubs.
Raise 35.
You can't count them twice. You're not getting that. Okay. You said that he had 9 clubs left. Of those 9 clubs, one of them's a king of clubs and one of them's a jack of clubs. And then you counted 3 kings as his outs, but you've already counted the king of clubs, so you can only count the other offsuit
Right,
kings.
he's got 3 offsuit kings for his out, for 3 king
2,
outs.
because he has 1 king in his hand, and one of them is a club, which you've already counted.
Well, there are 9 clubs remaining when you have a flush draw. When
Right.
You have 3 there's 2 clubs up there, and then you have 2 clubs in your hand. So there's 9 clubs remaining.
Right?
Right, okay.
Right.
So we... 9 clubs.
There's 9 clubs, so we
regardless.
have no objection to
So
that.
now we
yeah.
have 3 more kings that are help my hand, the diamond, the heart, and the spade. 3 more jacks, the diamond, the heart, and the spade. And now 9 clubs. So 15 outs, right?
Okay. I think you're right on that. I think I'm screwed up.
It's all right.
Because there was no king or jack on
Yeah.
board. You're right.
Yeah, it's all right.
I'm wrong.
Now, seat 5's picked up pocket kings here. Believe me, I've done that.
But you know what I'm saying,
I do,
because
I do.
sometimes when you have that pair out there and then one of your
Right.
king is a club and duplicates, I screwed up.
It's all right.
Well, it's a good thing we have Bart in here, because I don't know what I'm talking about.
No, I get hammered on that stuff all the time. On the fly, it's very difficult to do.
Well,
you know what I mean?
sometimes
Yeah.
I sit there and think, and obviously I must think, must count my outs wrong a lot of times.
Pocket kings against king queen here now. C5's going to go all in with the overpair.
He's not liking his pairs.
I couldn't. Did you pick up how much he had raised before the flop? There?
No, but I think that was a pretty big overbet there, and I think it's just because he's afraid that his pair's not going to hold up.
Well,
Not realizing that kings are huge. His threes, weren't anything.
Well, the other thing too we talk about is that if he hadn't raised much there, if he had limped in, it didn't look like there was much in the pot. Dave Tuckman and I talk about, we don't necessarily disagree with a limp in with a big pair like that, but if you've got a couple other people in there and you see a board of 6-9-4
That's
with 2
coordinated.
clubs,
Yeah.
I would never bet all in because it's a huge overbet, like you said. You have just limped in and you're only going to get called by a hand that's
By
going to beat
someone's
you.
gonna, yeah.
You know?
A great bet. You did very good.
Actually, we had seen there was a big overbet. I was going to mention that the Legends tournament from last year, 2004,
Oh, the
was
one
on
last night.
Was on the World Poker Tour.
Yeah,
was
the
the event.
9. You're talking about the full house,
The
right?
full
The 9s
house.
and the 2s.
Right,
yeah,
9s and the
that
2s.
was a huge overbet.
Huge overbet. I was also going to mention that too because one of the first shots that we saw was you in the crowd,
Yes, I was in
and
the
then we
crowd.
also saw our producer Evelyn on an interview.
She talked, and then
yeah.
Sharon, I believe Sharon talked, and she was in the booth with me last night for the first hour explaining, Poker College.
And we saw some of the same dealers. We saw Greg, and I don't know if Brian was in there too, but I definitely
And of
saw
course,
Greg.
the big cheese. We saw Rick Cloward.
Yep.
Actually, he was on the opening shot, I believe.
On the motorcycle.
Right.
Yep.
With Shauna on the back.
Seat 9's got top pair here.
That show last night was great, though.
It was a
I
great
mean,
show.
it was so nice to see Doyle, do that. And I was, like you said, I was in the audience watching it, and it was just like watching a master at work. It was amazing. And that heads-up play that he did, I mean, every single move he made was just the exact, precise right move, at the right moment.
When that happened in late August over the summer, I actually had tried to get into the final screening, the final table, and I got there late, and I was maybe the 8th person in line. I didn't get in there until that hand with the straight against Lee Watkins and Doyle Brunson, and people don't realize how fast that final table was. I heard that the people produced had produced that show, that was the most difficult show to fill 2 hours worth of content
yeah.
because there really weren't that many hands.
Well, I was there, and the first
Yeah.
4 people were out in an hour, and I'm thinking, how
How
the
are they
heck
gonna
are
fill
they?
2
Yeah, how
hours?
are they going to fill this?
Yeah.
Well, the heads-up match went quite a while, and then if you noticed last night, we got to see a lot of hands that we wouldn't normally get to see, which was nice. You know, we got to see people just picking up blinds,
Right.
and stuff like everyday
Stuff that
tournaments.
they don't show
which-
necessarily on television for those,
Right.
for those shows. Yeah.
Right. Not like all the stuff we get to see here at Live at the Bike.
Right, right.
All these hands.
Yeah, because they had both had around 100 times the big blind in money when they were about even. You know, so it could have gone on for a long time.
Yes.
The two of them.
The heads-up match, you
Yeah,
mean?
yeah, the heads-up
yeah,
match,
and when I was watching it, and then one of the things that I noted was that when Lee Watkinson had kept, losing the pots, and at the last all-in move, or the all-in call, he had about as much, about as many chips as Doyle had when they started that heads-up play. He didn't need to call with the queen 3 kicker. He still had plenty of time to, the blinds were small enough, and he could have made some kind of comeback like Doyle had. That was, I wish that Lee would have had a little more patience. You could see that he was a little frustrated.
Pocket aces here in seat 9.
Raise. Oh, sorry. That's straddle. Yes.
No, it's just a call. Excuse me. There's a live straddle here, Shirley, and he's going to limp. Now, we talk about, I don't mind it from up front to try to do it with the rear raise. I really don't like it here. I don't like limping from up back with aces.
Yeah.
I don't like that play. And now look at this
Well, we'll
board.
see here.
Super connected board. Low cards. Couple
Well,
of
we've got,
spades.
the spade draw there in seat 1.
Yeah.
I've got shot in seat 2.
Seat 9 does have the ace of spades, but
And it still only bets $20 into the pot. That's still, you were saying that, the pot, he didn't get in for it with a lot of money. He shouldn't really commit a lot of chips, but I think a stronger bet would have been in order.
I don't mind the limp from early position again, but when people have been out, why would you let other people behind you limp in? Now you're looking at it, and he does have the best hand, but
he doesn't know someone doesn't have an 8.
Yeah, he doesn't know if someone has an 8. He doesn't know if someone has a 6. Why would you bet $20 into that flop with 2 spades and a 6 giving somebody an open-ended straight, Open-ended straight draw. This looks like seat 1's going to call him down all the way now.
Well, it all depends. If it doesn't come a spade, I'm sure he won't call on the river.
Well, yeah, he's got the flush draw here. Of course, we can see that 2 of the other spades are already gone, so he's only drawing now. Ernie's got 7-9 here. Now, the thing with pocket aces here, and the danger of having to play them, is if someone came over the top here for a huge re-raise, what would you do? With aces here,
Well, a lot of people wouldn't be able to get away from him.
And there's the spade, and the guy played himself right into the ground.
I believe he's still probably... No, he's not going to make a bet here. He might make a call here because he does have the ace of spades in his hand. But see, one might check it down because the pair on the board. Who knows how they'll... we'll see how they play. He moved all in.
Yeah, he's going to move all in, which, the pot is probably $130, $140. So, and the guy only has 200 left, so he could have bet a little. He could have bet 100 or so,
I think
80
a
or something.
$100
like
bet
that.
would have been good. Yeah. I think the $100 bet he would have got a value call there. He would have made $100. That all-in bet he wasn't going to get any.
Again, we talk about if you limp in with big overpairs, you better know what you're doing when the board comes kind of crazy like that.
Yeah.
And why limp in with an overpair from up back if the pot hasn't been brought in yet?
Yeah.
And why bet into that board only $20? Now I understand that you can't take a lot of heat, but I would have bet a lot more.
I would have bet a pot size.
And then what would have happened? Actually, well, the thing is, the pot probably might have only been $20 at that
no,
point.
it was straddled, so it was $10 to come in.
How many callers were there?
I believe there were, with the blinds, 4 or 5.
Okay, so
it was 40
the pot
or
was
50
$40 or 50. So if you made a pot size bet there, and then you had to face a huge raise, you might lay down the hand because you didn't raise before the flop. It depends. You'd use your poker senses and depend. But yeah, making a $20 bet, there's you're giving people who have a 6 odds to call for their straight draw,
yes.
2 spades and odds to call. It's just the bet on the flop was really it was misplayed. The aces were misplayed. We see that a lot.
Then again, you know, if the spade didn't come, he looks brilliant, or he at least thinks he looks brilliant, you know, because he wins a big pot because he limped. So
I've actually taken a page out of David's book, and in some of the no limit cash games, I've started to.
are you referring to David that sits in the
Yeah,
commentator
David-
booth? Okay.
David Tuckman,
I thought
yeah.
you might have been talking about Slansky, like real book, literally a book.
You know, sometimes I'll get in a game and, you know, from the first few positions, be very, very tight and not raise with anything and limp in with everything that I'm going to play. And people can't necessarily, you know, they can't put me on a hand. They know that I have a premium hand because I'm playing it from up front, but they don't know if I have ace king. They don't know if I have ace queen, pocket aces, pocket kings, pocket queens. Now, if I don't get a re-raise, if I don't get a raise from up back here, then I'm going to have to play it carefully. But, you know, sometimes you can limp in with aces and kings from out front, and I don't think it's a bad thing if you know how to play it. Ace-jack, that's a good flop for ace-jack. Both of them have jacks here, shall we?
Yeah, we'll see how much. I don't. Oh, he's going to move in. Okay. So
Well, and Ernie quickly calls.
you're a lot ahead there.
Let's see both hands, please.
Yes,
You can't even get a break against this guy, dude, every time.
Well, I don't know, sir, on seat 5 that's necessarily a break. I mean, the game is Hold'em. There's a kicker game, you know.
It is a kicker game, but I'm sure that he thought at that moment when he had moved in that on the turn he was going to call anyway, so he might as well stick him in there. You know, I mean, seat 4 looked like he bet $100. The player in seat 5 only had, you know, a little over $200.
Well, again, in a question of chip stack there, it's if Ernie had an 8 or some sort of straight draw, if he had an 80, at least he was open-ended on the turn. The check raise there when Ernie had put in $100, and then the check raise to 200, Ernie pretty much has odds to call that bet, whatever the pot, you know what I mean, what the pot size was. So, you know, again, people have to be aware of their chip stacks, and sometimes it's a lot better to, if you want to drive a guy out of the pot, well, put your 200 in now. Don't check raise the guy, because now if you check raise him, he already has 100 in. So if you put your remaining 200 in, he only needs to call half of it, right? You know.
Yeah, I agree
It's the
with
thing
that.
about restricted games.
So the player in seat 5, he was going to be the button. So we actually are seeing 3 blinds here
Two big blinds.
because he got up on the blind. So we have 1 small and 2 big blinds.
Right. And of course, the button cannot be in a
Dormant position.
So
It
even if
always
even if someone gets up at their button
Yes.
to go to the bathroom or something, it still passes them
Right.
into the next spot, to the next seat.
Actually, I can tell you what tonight is. It's 250. It's unusual because
You know, in tournament play, the blind's a little bit different there. You wouldn't see small and 2 bigs in that
No,
position.
in tournaments it actually does. You know, it will stay.
It'll
It'll
stay in
button-
different.
yeah, the button will
it would
freeze.
freeze, and then sometimes you'll see only 1 blind, and there are different rules for tournaments
Right.
as opposed to cash games.
What, the bounty? What, the bounty?
the bounty. Do you know how the bounty works?
Yeah,
It's like $25
if you're all in
and you lose.
and you lose, you put your bounty in.
Players are talking about tonight's winning of the green event, which is a $225
Limit.
limit bounty Hold'em tournament. And bounty refers to that you get a little marker or a disc,
A little disc.
and whenever you knock someone out, you get that person's disc, and you can cash that disc in whether you win or get the money. Or
When you finish
at
the
end.
tournament, you
Right.
cash in for $25. So of the $225 buy-in, $25 is going
Is
for
your
the bounty
bounty,
card,
right.
and the $200 is going into the prize pool.
Now, I mean, sometimes you'll see limit bounty tournaments, but usually there are no limit tournaments, bounties. You're normally going to knock
I don't
people
know.
out,
Okay.
knock people, out, and usually people will go for the bounties more with the. I've seen some people make some crazy calls just to go for a bunch of, for some bounties and no limit tournaments.
Well, you'd imagine. I mean, it's a $225 buy-in. If you just knock 3 people out and get $75, you've got a third of your buy-in. That's pretty good.
Yeah. I was never a huge fan of bounty tournaments, though.
It seems like fun, but because
Yeah.
it was the limit tonight, and I just
Yeah,
don't
it's
really
just-
care for limit tournaments.
Of course, I like limit tournaments.
Yeah. Limit games.
But we
are-
both will be playing tomorrow in the tournament that we really like, which is Omaha. Omaha High-Low, $300 buy-in.
Too late, sorry.
Actually, we got a question here from Jake in San Jose from 2+2. He says, I heard that the announcer Shirley put Paul Phillips up to bring out the book to lead.
Well, it's not really a question, and no, I did not do that. I didn't do that. I saw, when he did it, but I did not do it. It was,
Of course, he had come up to him after he
it did
lost
deserve
that
a
pot.
chuckle, but probably wasn't the best timing. He just had lost that huge pot.
We're referring to the incident when Paul Phillips went up to Lee Watkins with his book here at Legends.
The Doyle's book, who Lee was playing heads up against.
Last night, which was the premiere episode, and I'm sure that you can catch it on reruns all this week.
Yeah, it was actually the second episode, but premiere meaning the bike being number one. Yeah, that's it, Barb. Last week was the Mirage. That was the first one.
Well, what I mean is it's the first time that they've showed the Legends tournament, right? This year's Legends tournament. It was not a repeat. That was the first time that we've seen the Legends tournament.
Yes.
Yeah.
Can't lose them all.
Can't win them all either.
Sit open and fall, please.
And I think there were about 667 entries last year. And Denny was telling me last week when I'd asked him about how many he's expecting this year, and he thinks that we could get to well over 1,000.
I believe
internet,
that's true. I
satellites,
think it would probably be about 1,200 or 1,300. And they're going to do it in two separate days. They're breaking up the event into the first day into two segments.
Right, similar to like with the World Series.
Right.
And of course, a lot of people don't realize that our main event is a $5,000 buy-in, so we're
Which
tend
is
to get
great.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
I want to get in, to some of these $10,000 events, and I could put myself in with my bankroll, but it's not a wise decision for me.
No.
I just don't think it's a good idea, but I might do it for the $5,000. I've been wanting to play these, and I've played a couple satellites.
We always can take shots with satellites and supers and stuff like that. Yeah.
If I might take a shot or two, and if I don't win it, I might just finally fork over the $5,000 because I do want to play one of the, the big events.
It looks like it. I want to steal the blind.
And what better one to play at than here?
So far.
That's right, so far.
Especially if Denny's playing in the tournament, right?
If he's playing, is that the word? Is he going to play? He might actually think after watching all of this live at the bike that he's like some kind of pro. I watched him go into the game. It was a night that I wasn't here, and he played fine. He played great. You criticized a couple hands that he played, but overall he played fine.
Well, I'm always criticizing.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm talking about. I don't want you in here. I've already told him I don't want him in here next week when I play Heads Up because I'll be playing a whole bunch of garbage, let me tell you.
Well, people got to realize that Heads Up is a totally different game than a full team.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, Heads Up really is more about your position playing the player as opposed to the cards.
Yeah,
It really
and if you
is.
think you can outplay the player.
And especially with No Limit, too. I mean, any two cards.
Well, we saw that last night. Doyle made that hand. What was his hand? 3-5? 5-6?
5-6, I believe.
Something? Yeah, like that.
I had one of those at the point in time.
I think it was a 5-6 suited, actually. So
any two cards that work together. I mean,
Right.
even if it wasn't suited, I would probably play 5-6 for the raise because it was like 3-1 on the call or something. I
Right.
don't know the exact if it was 3-1, but it was approximately 3-1 on the call, and I would play that too. It looks like raised to 20.
Seat 9's got a King 9 suited,
And seat number 4 re-raised there with Ace Queen.
offsuit.
100.
So now, great example of chip stack here. Ernie's got about 700 in front of him, and seat 9's got about 900. So there are huge implied odds in this hand, Shirley, pre-flop. I
Yeah,
mean,
it's
huge.
King 9 is one of the few hands that I don't really care for. Only because you can't make the nuts. I mean, unless you hit some, miracle board like 3 nines or 3 kings. But even your straight draw is not going to be, if you make the straight, it's not going to be the nuts. So I like to play him when there's not like a 4 gap there, when you've got like
What a flop.
King 10, King, yeah.
Now let's see if Ernie slow plays here a bit here on the button. It might seem a little bit fishy to slow play. I mean, it is a rainbow flop, Shirley. The guy doesn't have an ace, but if you check behind, it might seem a little bit fishy. And
Let me see the next two cards. I want to know if he killed the jackpot.
Oh, stop it. Okay, he's busted. We're going to go get the floor mat. Kick his butt. We can only see the rabbit cards. The players are not supposed to do that.
So a flop like ace, ace-6 there, you're looking at ace-queen. You would put in a re-raise on the button, rainbow flop, and it gets checked to you. Do you check behind it to slow play?
You know what? I don't think that I would. Only because, you know, a lot of times if you make a bet there, they're not going to really think that you... Now they're going to rethink, do you really have an ace?
Do you really have an ace?
Because
right.
if they did have
Wouldn't
ace,
you
they
slow
probably
play this?
wouldn't bet it.
Right.
A lot of times when I do hit, you know, like trips like that, I will just lead out because a lot of times most of the players will check it and they won't think that
Right.
you're capable of making
And especially in this game, I love to really fast play anything. Now the thing is that, you know, we could see that he had king 9 suited, but if you had pocket 10s or pocket 9s, and you have a flop of ace, ace-6,
he would have got a call.
he might have called or he might have even let in. You know?
He would have definitely got the
Yeah,
call with
yeah.
the pair of tens there
Right.
because, you know, a lot of the players here do play for jackpots. And they might think, you know, I might not have the best hand, but if I hit another ace here,
Well,
you know, I'll hit a jackpot.
I wasn't even necessarily thinking that. I was thinking more along the lines of that they think they have the best hand with pocket 8s or
Well,
pocket 9s.
let me tell you, they do. It does cross their mind. I mean, obviously, we
Right.
saw Seat 5 do a rabbit, you know, their rabbit hunt because he wanted to see if they killed the jackpot. So you can get a lot of calls in these type of games, you know, because people want to hit that jackpot, which was hit last night, by the way.
The jackpot was finally hit
It
last
was
night around
hit.
4:30 in the morning.
But we started it out at 40,000. It's already at 41,000, so it's
41,000.
great. Yeah,
Cool.
it's still huge.
Those are nice. Did you get your button?
Of course, part of the reason why the no limit
Raise it, make it
jackpot
30.
is so difficult to hit is because people can bet each other out of the pots. And what I had heard, C6 is bringing this hand with jacks on the button. What I had heard is someone was pretty much all in and was all flat cards. And that's
That's what I had heard
happened.
too. This is a
Wow, is that 6, 7, 8?
It
with an
is
ace
with
5?
two spades,
It's a
yeah.
monster flop for C5. Monster drawing flop. He has an overcard.
50.
He's got open-ended, and he has a flush draw.
I will play.
So seat 6 bet $50, and I might make a huge raise.
I would make an all-in re-raise here.
I would
really
probably
would.
do the
I think
same
it's,
thing.
I think it's a
You-
huge semi-bluff
Oh,
draw.
yeah.
And now what? I mean, he's going to let him blank, and he's going to check and call all the way. Unless he tries to put it in big bet here. I was going to say he could have done the same thing here and put a huge bet in now.
I know.
But he checks it.
He's actually trying to make a hand. And a lot of times in No Limit, you can just pick up hands without actually making something just by the betting.
Yeah.
And I believe, I mean, I don't know for sure. He was at least, you know, like
100.
probably even money on that flop. Wouldn't you imagine?
He's
I would have to
he's
sit here and
favored.
count. I thought he was favored,
Yeah,
but
he's
I don't
favored.
want to say that he
He's
was
favored.
and then screw up like
He's
I
got
did already
17
one time.
outs to the straight. And he totally missed everything here. He misses everything. And look at this. He's going to push all in with his busted
All in,
draw.
215.
Wow. And Jack
And it
stays it
worked.
down. Unbelievable.
No, don't.
Oh, and he shows the bluff. Well, you know, Shirley,
It worked for him.
but
It worked for
the
him.
thing is that, you know, so if he did that with the queen, would he have done it with the jack if it came on the river?
He probably would have.
Or, you know, I don't quite understand his thinking. Yeah, it worked, but I don't quite get the thinking.
Yeah.
Now, when we talk about on the flop, he was a huge favorite on the flop. He had 17 outs to the straight and the flush, and he had 3 overcards. He doesn't know he has 3 overcards, but he's a big favorite on the flop. Now, he
Yeah.
busted out, but he should have put in a check raise or, you know, should have bet in there at least.
Yeah, so there is a comment about Paul again.
25.
And who did put him up. And I believe it was somebody from the WPT who asked him to go up there. If I remember correctly when I was watching it, because I was there.
Wow, that was kind of the most
No, no,
unorthodox hand. That could be the most interesting hand of the night right there, Shirley. That ace-5 there.
That was,
and then
yeah.
bet in all in on the queen, the red queen that comes.
Uh-huh.
I mean, and then the thing is, if you've got pocket jacks, you gotta take a step back yourself. If you're sitting there with
Oh,
roll and bet
yeah.
on the river,
Yeah.
and you have pocket jacks, you're thinking, well, this guy's slow playing a monster. Had he flopped a straight,
flop a straight?
that's what he's got. Or had he flopped a set? And would he play a set so softly
Uh-huh.
in that manner? You know, he might have gotten a call out of me there with jacks. I mean, I would have had
Really?
to think for a long
Yeah.
time, but
I don't know if I would
the
have been able
hand
to
was
call.
played so strangely. You know, certainly couldn't put on ace-5 of spades. You know?
So what is this window for? You put the turn?
I just put the turn there. I don't know if it does anything. No one's ever said anything, but no one's ever said that that's the wrong thing to do.
Well, actually, I will tell Brian that is the correct thing to do. He does do that every time.
He
It is a rabbit cam that we use.
Just in case it's something really interesting that we want to see.
Yep.
I was asking the dealer last night, and I had played a suited ace, which I don't even play in limit, but I was. Like I did everything off the book yesterday. And ended up laying down because someone had a 3-bet and I knew, or 4-bet or something like that, and I knew the person had me beat with the ace, and I knew the only way I was going to hit the flush draw or win the hand was if I hit the flush. And it came to 2 hearts, and I said, show that. So I ended up going down in the river, and I wouldn't have got there.
No pocket kings here in seat
right
1. Now, seat 5, I think he feels very, very proud of himself right now.
Oh, yeah.
75 to call.
I made a play, it didn't work. Now, he's got king-queen offsuit. 75.
75. That's a big raise.
You know, of course, we're talking about chip stacks here. He's got about 600 in front of him. The guy in seat 1's got about 400. I wouldn't call with king-queen offsuit. He lays it down.
I wouldn't call with any of those hands. Ace 10, Jack 9. I mean, that's just too big of a raise. I wouldn't even call with one of my suited connectors as much as I love them.
Well, you're just not getting the odds, you say, you know.
Yeah.
If it's a $75 bet and the guy only has 400 behind him, you can only make how much? Maybe 5 times or 6 times the amount of money.
And the pot was only $20,
right,
you know.
Right.
So that raise was huge.
Fat Boy has joined the table.
Fat Boy has joined the table, Brian, the dealer has said. I don't know if we can get a shot at him. I'm not exactly sure which seat he moved into.
Well, I can see all the players from here, so my guess is seat 3.
There he is, right there. Seat 3.
Seat 3, okay. And that is not a nickname we give him. He gave it to himself, okay?
A common player here on Live at the Bike. I've seen him at least 4 or 5 times in this game.
I don't think that I've ever been in here when he's been in the game.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I've played with him a lot. He's a great guy. He's a lot of fun. But I don't think I've been in the booth with him in the game.
Thank you, Claire.
I actually had asked our production staff before the show about some of the archiving, and that's becoming closer and closer to reality.
I believe starting next week sometime. I'm hoping. That's the goal. Am I right? I think I'm right.
I think so, yeah.
I think that's what we talked about.
Raise it 20.
Do you look?
So there, we get to see a classic example of stack size. We have seat 5 Colin with 7-10 suited. He's got a lot of chips there. It was only $20.
Again, it also depends on how much the other people who have called have in front of them.
Oh yeah,
right?
well, it was the player in seat 4 who raised, and he's got like 800 in front of him.
Ernie's got a bunch of money. Yeah.
But you're looking to hit a huge flop. I mean, hitting a pair of 7s isn't really huge. So it's not necessarily a hand that you want to follow through on this kind of
I
board.
would play an 8-10 suited if I'm kind of faced with that. He is in an early position, or a 9-10 suited. 2 gappers are a little bit beyond my range, I think, for a big race. 7-10 suited, it's just... I mean, unless you're really looking to just to flop 2 pair where you're going to play any 2 cards, I mean, like you said, suited connectors have a lot of value, but as you continue to increase the gap between them,
right,
they become
I mean,
less
they're
valuable.
still connected. They're just not as easy to hit.
Right.
So we do have pocket 9s there in the blind, seat number 5. Everyone's limped in so far.
There's different theories about playing this. Now, if everyone's limped in, you might want to put a raise and try to pick up everything.
I think that's exactly the type of move you should do. I mean, you don't really want to see a flop with that hand. I don't.
Or you just want to, you either want to pick up the thing,
or you want to hit
or you want to hit your
huge
set.
hand. Yeah, you want to hit it. That's exactly. I wouldn't want to call, pick up that $25. I'm more than happy to take $25.
Now, it's funny, Ernie said in seat 4 he really doesn't want to call, and that might have been one of those types of situations where if Ernie had a pocket pair or some sort of suited connector which he thought had a lot of value, that he might have called there. He was out of position, but if the guy has $600 in front of him,
I know.
Could
yes.
be. Again, $75 if you only have 600, we're not really quite going with the rule of thumb when we have pocket pair, and you'd like to make at least 10 times the guy's chip stack on it. So we bet a little bit too much there to get a call. But if you had bet 50, you know, you could call with pocket pair there.
Yeah.
You know.
Casino. Over there. Time. 4 players.
That's a huge flop for state number 9.
Up and down, top and bottom pair, huh?
Yeah, no
It
one
looked
else
like it
has
got
an ace,
checked. Did it
though,
get
so
checked
it
around?
did get checked around.
30.
So he's finally going to bet, and I don't think he's going to get a call. I don't think that Queen 8's even going to call.
Well,
That's it.
again, you know, you have to feel your table out. We haven't seen any type of really of maniac calls like I've seen in the past in these 200 games. So this table is actually playing pretty solidly.
Behind the button.
Now, with that type of flop, if I'm at a table where I'm going to get paid off, and we talk about fast playing, up and bottom, you know, ace-4, I'm not betting necessarily not to slow play, but I'm betting because I'm going to get a call from someone with a queen or a weak ace.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It just happened to be in that case. So I wouldn't have checked that. But the guy did, and he didn't get any action on it anyways.
Time. 3 players. Two players.
Go ahead.
You know, Brian's going to appreciate this, but I got to say, he makes the best attempt to call the action
Fives.
and really, you know,
7.
I
he's
said
trying
the
to
same
be the
thing
type
last
of
night.
dealer that we want on the show. I think
I
he
said the
really
same
makes
thing
a great
last
effort.
night. You weren't in here with me. I was in here with Jennifer, and I was saying that he's the best at being verbal. And
Yeah.
he not only does it here at live at the bike, but on any table that he's dealing out there, he's always very verbal. You know, with all the betting action that's going on.
Now, again, I think it's sometimes difficult for dealers, you know, if they're asked to call all the action when they don't normally do it in a cash game. I mean, it's kind of like you go on autopilot. I mean, most of the dealers, especially ones doing this show, have been dealing for at least 10 years. Mm-hmm. And, you know, if they've done it one way their entire time, it's tough to break out of that routine. Just like, you know, if you've been doing something for a long time that you're kind of used to doing, you know.
Right. I don't know how the dealers are trained, but I always find that the dealers who are verbal are the best dealers. And
Ooh, look at
and
that. Did you see the shot of that?
It was
It looked like a live at the bike card protector.
card protector.
Yeah.
That's what I thought
Yeah.
too.
Wonder where that guy got that from.
He made it himself.
Oh, here?
He
Maybe
got it from here.
Yeah, huh. That makes
Oh, was that
sense.
too cool? I don't even have one of those. We're getting gypped. How do you like that?
That's pretty interesting, though, huh? Look at this. Now, we've got 2 clubs, got an ace 8 flop top pair here. And seat 8 looks like he called.
Did he call? I think you.
Or was he
I
the
hope he
original
bet.
better?
Well, he's the one. He just hit a set. So
Wow, he just hit a set. So implied odds. But the problem, again, Shirley, is that if you look at their chip stacks.
he's got to put that other couple
again-
bucks in there, dude.
Okay, so the 7s are going to take it down. If you look at their chip stacks, Shirley, I don't know what the action was on the flop, but if it was a check and a call.
Seat 7. Wait, okay. Was seat 7 the one that bet? I don't
Seat 8.
remember.
What I was going to say is, if you looked at the action on the
seat 8.
flop, I believe that the 7s checked and seat 3 bet and the 7s called.
Yes.
So if you look at their chip stacks, if seat 8 thinks he's got the best hand with pocket 7s, fine. But, you know, with 2 clubs out there with ace king, it would be difficult to think that you have the best hand. Now, if he calls with the intention of trying to hit his 2-outer for a set, he's looking at about 24 to 1 odds. He only made an additional $70 on that.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, you can make that type of play possibly if you think you can win 25 times the bet, like if you thought you could win $2,000 on a $50 bet. But Not when there's only $70.
More to be
and,
won,
you know,
right. I mean, unless you think your hand is good.
well, if he thinks his hand's good, then
And you want to check and get him to bluff off some chips, but
so it could, we don't know what he thought.
Yeah,
you know,
he might have thought that the sevens were good. I would hope that's why. I mean, I would certainly hope that he wasn't calling, to hit the 2 outs.
Right.
So many players ask to see a called hand, especially when they weren't even in there.
Yeah, we have the people at the table commenting about that, and I've made numerous
I
comments
really
about
hate.
that.
I really
hate when people
I hate
ask
that,
the
too.
hands.
Yeah.
I think it is.
Because it's not the purpose of the. It's not the
That's
purpose
not
of the
what
rule.
the rule was
The rule is
for.
to try to prevent collusion.
Right.
Really,
Right. And like I said, I mean, there's so much information you can get, and that's a thing with new players and lower limit players. You don't see that. I don't see that in higher limit.
No.
Ring games.
Yeah, no,
I would imagine from off the top of my head that all of the hands at the 400.
Yeah. Now, seat 9 here was just taking a shot as a pure bluff, and Ernie is semi-bluff re-raising with an open-ended straight draw, and he's going to take it back. So, it's kind of tough because when the flop is paired like that, and even if the guy was betting out on a 6 or on a jack, you might think that someone was sandbagging a 4, so it's tough to call.
Yeah, I like this move. So what I was saying, though, all the 400, 800 games that we've seen, have we seen other players say, I want to see all hands?
You would never see anything like that.
I agree. I don't think that you
never
would.
see it. It's just kind of a people are misusing the rule, and I don't know what they could do to stop it. The other thing that people have to realize, too, is that when you are in the hand with someone, and when someone else asks to see the hand after it's been mocked a called hand, the hand is dead, okay? Even if he had misread his hand and they put the cards back up, he's not going to win.
Right.
But if you're in the hand and you win the hand, and now you've asked to see the losing hand, the hand is no longer dead. It's a live hand. And if the guy had misread his hand,
if it hits the muck, it
doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Right.
If you are in the hand, at least the way that we do it here, if you are in the hand and it's a called hand, and after he has mugged it, if you ask to see it, the hand is live. Now, I mean, there's a difference between throwing it right into the muck, but what I'm saying is that if the guy mucks
if it's retrievable,
if the guy mucks it, and someone else asks to see it, the dealer will take the cards, put it in the muck, and tap the muck, and then flop it over. But if you're in the hand is live. So you might want to think twice about doing that if you're ever playing poker.
I'm going to actually ask Foreman about that. Yeah. That just doesn't seem right. Well, I'm never going to be in that situation anyways, because I'm never going to ask to see somebody's hand. I mean, unless I think someone's cheating.
Which is why the rule is there.
That's what it's there for. If you think two players on the table are trying to squeeze play somebody.
Now look at this. Seat 8 is pretty much on a stone cold bluff, and seat 9 is going to call with the flush draw. See if again though, Shirley, unless he thinks he's bluffing, seat 8 doesn't have the types of chips for seat 9 to make that call. But he picks up a queen. Unbelievable on the turn. Wow. Bet right in. So maybe he picked up a tell on seat 8.
And the commentators are hilarious. On the site? Yeah, she said they're funny as can be.
They're funny. You hear that?
Shirley, I'm staring down seat 8 because I played with this guy in a $200 game earlier in the day, and he bet me out of the pot, and now I see him just make this move now, and I wonder if I made the right...
You made a wrong laydown.
I know, I made the wrong laydown.
No, you see, you're talking about the stack size, and how much you can gain if he hits that flush draw. But, if that was a small bet, because I didn't pay attention to the bet on the flop, if it was a small bet, he might have been getting the price.
Well, no, I think he bet $75.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's what he
bet.
bet. So that's what I mean, And maybe the guy has a tell on him though too. I mean, that could be. Maybe he thought that he was call. I mean, sometimes you can call. Obviously, he was on a draw, but you can sometimes call. And Rick was talking about this flat call, and it almost represents if you have a big chip stack or raise, because if you flat call and now it gets checked to you, you can just call with almost anything with the intention of hoping it gets checked to you on the turn. And then you bet.
Pick up one extra free card, or you can make a move for the pot.
And especially with low cards on the flop, like a 7-3-4, chances are on the turn an over card's going to come.
Right.
So it's going to be a scare card regardless. So if it gets checked to you, you pick up the pot. So if you have a big chip stack, you can make a flat call as kind of a with an
yeah.
intention to bet on the turn call.
So seat number 9 is the one that has the king here. Nobody has anything. No pocket pairs there. No sevens there. The ace
Yeah, two
queen
players.
is the only player. Ace queen let out, and seat 9 just flat called.
Now the ace queen, might be thinking that he checks it.
He might call thinking his hand's good.
I
wouldn't really think my hand's good if someone calls on the flop.
You think someone's sandbagging a king?
Well, you would think that if someone calls, they have to have the king. I mean,
40.
I wouldn't necessarily call with my... Well,
tough.
all players aren't going to do
tough.
what I do, that's for sure.
Well, it's tough. There isn't a draw out there, that's for sure. And, but again, though, you got to play your players, and it's, a type of situation where someone could be calling with 7. But if you were watching seat 9, he hasn't really been doing anything out of the ordinary, and I don't think he's the type of guy that might have called with the 7.
Got a jackpot.
Again, with a big chip stack, if you see a flat call, it can be a very powerful move. I said a lot of times flat calling in this game isn't the right move, but we switch gears when you have a huge chip stack.
Yeah.
And you can flat call with the intention to trap, or just kind of have an
Move
image where no one's going to bet into you again on the turn because your chip stack's so
because
big.
they're afraid that
Right.
they're going to go broke
Exactly.
if they make some kind of move.
So flat calling, when he's flat calling, I don't think, in this situation, I think it's a good move. And it looks like he's got jacks?
Is that seat
Or is
9?
it queen jack? Queen jack. Boy, he's got about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9,
He's got
$1,000.
$1,000 sitting
$1,000 in front of him.
He's got 10 stacks, which is each stack is $100.
Ooh, and another 3-spaded board. Seat 4 has flopped a low flush. I'm begging him to not slow play this hand, Shirley.
I know, you get so paranoid.
I know, I really am. And he did. Did he check it?
He checked, but
checked it.
I would
Well,
imagine that he's
gonna
gonna
raise.
he's gonna go
Okay.
for a raise here.
Okay.
So
Well, okay, if he raises, then fine. If he check raises, then fine. And I think he's the type of player that he's going to put in a raise. But I
I've liked
don't
his
think that he
play
would
so far.
flat
There
call.
goes his raise.
Okay. But you wouldn't agree with a flat call there, though.
A
would
flat
you?
call,
Yeah,
no. But I agree with the check there. You know?
Okay, a check raise. I'll be good. I'll be all right with that.
Ooh, you'll
But-
allow that one.
Of course, the disaster is if you check and the guy the problem there, though, Shirley, is if you check and the guy
And then
with
someone
the original
checks
raise
behind
is
you.
checked behind you
Yeah.
because he doesn't have spades.
I know.
I got to tell you, though, and in that type of flop, it's really not necessarily a bad move to check behind the guy. Especially with 4 or 5 people in the hand. You have queen jack offsuit. You don't have a spade. Yeah, you have...
Queen Jack had the spade, the Jack of spades.
No, he had queen of clubs, jack of diamonds, I think.
Small blind, big one.
From what
Rewind.
From what I remember, he didn't have a spade. So it's like there's 5 people in the pot. It gets checked to you. You were the original raiser. Flop is king of spades, 10 of spades, 3 of spades. Yeah, you have an open-ended straight draw, but you don't have a spade.
Well, someone had the
it's
Jack
not-
of spades there.
It's not...
And I know the pocket fours had the 4 of spades there.
He definitely could have checked behind the guy. And then now 4th spade comes on the turn, and
Not a bad hourly rate.
now we're 7, 8 of spades,
I can only do that every day.
But... Again, though, maybe Ernie's played with this guy in seat 9 before and knows that he will always bet if it's checked to him. If he raised pre-flop,
If
right?
you raise pre-flop, right.
It's the limit hold'em bounty.
So you guys get to, think that we get to see everything that goes on, back here. But as we can obviously, me and Bart have disagreed on some of the hands that are out here. There's so many things to look at. Sometimes one of us can see one thing and another can see another.
Right.
I saw Jack of spades.
Well, maybe...
That's pretty far cry from Jack of diamonds, but
I thought it
he
was a
might not have
black
had
queen
it.
and a red jack. Right?
Someone else might have had the Jack of spades.
And flop is 6, 7, 8, and pocket 9s. Oh, maybe pocket 9's mucked.
No, I don't know
how.
Because that was a big one.
Oh, pocket 9's is C2. Okay, on the button. And he
didn't do anything. We just let him go.
on the button he checked it. Fat boy. Check the flop. That's a pretty big flop for pocket 9, Shirley.
Yeah,
6,
I would
7,
have made
8.
a bet.
Yeah.
I would have made a bet in that
So he's going to slow
position.
play again. See his slow plays. Now, seat 9's got a couple overcards drawing for a gut shot straight that seat 3 has 2 of his 9s, too. You know, and it's not necessarily a situation where, again, that type of board is kind of like a 3 flush when you flop the nut flush. Dave Tuckman and I talk about that all the time. It's not necessarily a time when it isn't right to slow play, but it's a scare card can come on the turn, and if you don't get some money out on the flop, you might get no action at all the entire hand. So 6, 7, 8, a 5 comes, he's not going to get a lot of action, and a 9 comes, he could be beat.
Yeah.
But of course, there's only 2 more 9s in the deck, so there's only really 6 cards that can hurt him. But when there's a 3 flush out there and you flop the flush, there's only another 8 or 9 cards that can hurt you. But it can still happen on the turn.
Time.
If there's more than 3 or 4 people in Shirley and I flop the nut flush and I'm from up back and it's checked to me, I'll put in a small bet just to get some money.
You need to build your pot.
6 players.
Ooh, and another set for
That's
seat
15.
9. See if he raises here. I don't think this is the type of flop that you'd want to slow play. Set of 10.
He,
Well, it is
he
rainbow.
did, and I
he'd
disagree
call.
with you. I think that he should slow play it in
2
this
players.
in this spot.
Because it's rainbow?
Well, he's got position on the player too, the original better, and the board's not that coordinated. I mean, well, now if
How
someone
about
has
now?
an ace jack, but I still
65.
even if the player has ace jack, you have outs to hit your.
Well, of course, now seat 7 has top 2 pair.
I liked the flat call.
Well, you wouldn't like a flat call here, though, would you?
Very limited.
With someone with the jack would have a totally open end for a straight. You can't like the flat
Yeah,
call there.
no, I think he should have raised there, especially with the 2 hearts
And look
on
at
the
this.
board.
He has lost his hand by slow playing, I would say.
Now we've got a royal flush draw. We've got
and
a
now
higher full
he's
house
slow
draw.
played himself into the ground, as I like to say.
But I don't necessarily agree that he slow played himself into the ground, because I think that if he had made some kind of raise on the turn, all the chips were getting in there anyways, because the player had top 2 versus the set.
Okay.
Don't you agree?
I
The player
think
with the
you're
king, I don't think the
I think you're
king was going to
probably
lay
right.
down.
I think you're well, of course, and especially with he only has $100
We just
left.
had a player ask to see the hand too.
I know.
Again,
Unbelievable.
I'm going to find out which one it is and go down and give him a lecture.
You would have pushed all in, you would have had him.
Well,
You should do it in the turn.
I think what you're saying is correct. That it would have,
That on
especially
the
with he
turn,
only
I
had
think it was
$100
relevant,
left.
yes.
So
On the flop, it so happened, this time that because he slow played, it cost him. If he were to make a move on the flop, he might have taken an all, by an all-in bet there. But I don't agree. I don't necessarily agree that it
Somebody
was
got off easy.
or disagree
well,
with his
and
play.
actually,
He got unlucky.
there's some
It's just the way it is.
way of thinking though too is that the guy had $100 left, and if he had raised on the turn and he was just betting into a pure bluff, he might have lost him, but maybe he could have got him to push all in on the river. But the thing is that you may agree on the flop that his cold call.
Well, I mean, who's going to think it's going to come runner?
Well, no, I understand. It's
yeah.
a rainbow flop. There are a few people that act behind him though, which is one of my concerns. But on the turn there, now you are heads up, but a jack has got a totally open-ended straight draw on the turn.
Yeah.
So, and he did
Yeah.
only flat call on the turn. So,
Yeah,
Again, it's
I
not
definitely
necessarily
agree with you
the
that a
right
raise
bet.
was in order, but I don't think that it changed it, because I think all the money would have gotten in.
oh,
anyway.
absolutely, I agree with you.
But I do
Absolutely.
agree that he should have raised there because of the flush draw, and because of the straights, of all the possibilities out there. I definitely think that a raise was in order.
And again, if seat 9 is thinking really, really deeply ahead and didn't think that he had anything, then a flat call with the intention to raise on the river, could have been in order. But I don't know if he was,
20.
thinking that deeply ahead. Again, the guy only had $100, so you're right. His top 2 pair, all the money
Yes,
was
he's
going
going
in.
in.
Yeah, all the money was going in.
3 players.
It's an American car now. Once Chrysler took over, just like Jaguar. Killed that car.
It's funny that someone in 2+2 has made a comment here. See if we can scroll up here and see what the name of the
Thank you, Pablo.
user. And I don't know if I've ever read a post from this guy. ROCAIX Roque?
Yeah, that looks about right.
That play, when we were talking about the guy with the ace-5, it's a common play of a lot of mediocre players. Play passive when they have the best of it, and get their chips and the money in when they have the worst of it. Well, at least it worked out.
It did
this
work
time.
out for him,
Yeah.
and I know that he's saying.
And that's actually a great comment.
Thinking that he was brilliant the way he played that hand.
Yeah.
It's not even the
30.
series anymore. It's the X3 now.
And Seat 6 has got ladies. Pocket
He made it $30. So once again, those chips out there, the yellow chips are $5. So the 6 chips means $30.
And sometimes if you see purple chips, which you don't normally will see in this game, they're $25 chips. You see them in the 500 game.
In the 500 a lot.
And then you'll have people with, if they have a huge chip stack in this game or in the 500 game, will color up and get whites, which are $100 chips.
Right.
Which we also see in the 400 and 300, 600 limit hold'em games when we do
those
individual
are the,
increments. Yeah.
Thanks, Bob.
Wait a minute, we go together. Huh? Wait, we go together.
Sorry.
No, it's fine.
Play a card still.
One day, dude.
And I can see that Fat Boy's got ace jack suited in the big blind.
Is that the big blind? Yeah, it is big blind. I was looking at that myself. I'm curious to see how he's going to play here because I play that just depending on my gun. Like we mentioned earlier, raise a lot, try to pick up the hand because you don't really have that stronger hand, or I'll just limp trying to hit a huge hand.
Looks like he's going to raise.
He's going to raise. But he made it $25 more, so I'm not really liking the raise because it's
It's not enough. You don't think?
yeah, I don't think that. I think that someone else could call him with that, and it's if I'm gonna make the raise, I'm making that raise specifically to pick up the blinds. Otherwise, I'm gonna try to hit a huge flop.
Well, here's a question for you too. What do you think about playing high offsuit or offsuit Broadway cards, as they're called, like a King 10 offsuit, a King Jack offsuit, an Ace 10 offsuit? I'm assuming you muck from up front with those, and from back you try to get them very cheaply.
Of course, it's always situational.
But you wouldn't call a raise from someone from the blind with $30, right?
I would not call a raise. I would come in raising, depending on what it looked like the players behind me, what my position is. I will come in for raises, but I won't call raises. I mean, especially with like King 10, Jack 10, Ace 10, depending on the situation. If I've seen the player, make raises with any two-face cards, including like Queen Jack, and I think that I probably have the best hand, of course.
I think one of the most common things that you see, and especially in limit play, and you can tag someone as a player that doesn't quite comprehend what the best starting cards are pre-flop, is seeing somebody cold call a raise with Ace 10 offsuit, especially in limit, even for one bet. Now that's a hand you either muck or 3-bet, depending on your position.
Yeah.
Never cold call Ace 10 offsuit. I know people say, well, you always can play hands differently.
Yeah, we can't
right.
say never because,
right.
I mean, everything in poker is situational. And, like I said, if you see somebody that's coming in for raises with Queen Jack and you think that your hand's better with Ace 10, but you don't want to get too committed, I mean, it's always situational. So, I mean, I really don't want to use the word never, but definitely most of the time, if someone comes in for a raise, I'm not going to be playing Ace 10.
Right. I was reading a book by David Sklansky, who I think obviously is one of the best poker theorists, and just had read the book Small Stakes Hold'em for the first time, and he was talking about, as a rule of thumb, and obviously this isn't going to work in every situation, in Limit Hold'em, there really are only 2 hands that you should cold call with. Do you have an idea of what hands he might be thinking of? That you would always cold call with regardless of the situation.
And
5 players.
Always cold call and not raise?
Right.
Huh.
Well, maybe I
$25.
didn't phrase the question correctly, but you can cold call with them. At least cold call with them in every situation.
I'm going to take a wild stab at this. And one of the hands that, if someone comes in raising, and I have this hand, I will play it because I don't want to get myself too involved, and I will call a raise, which is jacks.
Okay.
In no limit, like say I'm in later position, someone makes it $20, and I don't want to play for tons of my chips, but I'm looking to hit a huge flop or looking for a baby board if I think they have 2 overs. If an ace comes, I can get away from it cheaply. So that's one of the hands that I will call.
I agreed with you. I agree with you on that one, but I actually was talking about limit. I'm sorry about that.
Yeah.
In limit, you're going to probably re-raise jacks, depending on the situation. But the 2 hands that he was talking about are King Queen suited and Ace Jack suited.
Okay.
Are hands that you normally are gonna. I just thought that was interesting. I was reading that last night.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, like if you're on the button and you have a pocket pair and somebody has raised and you've already have 5 callers in front of you, you can cold call with any pocket pair,
Uh-huh.
you know, because you have odds.
Well, I don't normally. I know that you guys think I'm out of my mind last night, but I don't normally play like any pocket pairs. Last night, you saw.
Right.
I played deuces. I don't play
70.
deuces.
Well, you can play deuces from out back again if there's
don't.
people up.
I just don't.
For
no,
2 bets?
I won't.
You have the odds
But,
to hit your
but
set.
last night, my whole goal was to go out there and liven that game up, and
Yeah.
and I actually won doing it. And actually to just, kind of, the game was so tight that I knew that if I did play aggressive, I could actually win a little bit of money. But I don't really agree in limited to play those pairs. You're looking to hit a set.
Well, right. You're looking to hit a set,
and
but
I'm not.
the thing is that if you have...
And then if you do, and someone has a bigger one, and now I'm starting to sound like you, and someone might have a bigger one.
Well, you do have to, devalue yourself a little bit if it goes
I just don't even
small.
go there.
But if you usually in limit, if you do have 2 people in for double the bet, you have odds to call, a double bet to hit your set for the implied odds. And of course, there aren't that, the implied odds aren't as big as they are in no limit. But there are, usually rules, steadfast rules that you can use because each, limit is structured, the betting. So normally it's kind of accepted that with a pocket pair, if you have 2 or 3 people that have called the double bet, that you can call a double bet as well. Now, when it gets to the point that there are people behind you that could re-raise or that could cap it, now you've lost your odds. You don't want to be playing pocket deuces for 4 bets. You've lost your odds to hit your set.
Well, if I'm in the big blind and the guy in first position raises, and I'm the last person to act, and there's 6 people I know no one can raise behind me, all right, I'll call the 6s.
Queen 7's got a flush draw, and
Yeah,
8-10's
8-10,
got a
yeah,
flush draw.
both of them.
Of course, that means that the chances of them hitting a spade are far less.
Right. So the Queen 7 actually, had the best draw, and now has hit their top pair.
He's going to go on. Second pair and a flush draw. And
now he's debating whether it's proper odds to call.
now it really is a question of pot odds and the amount. No,
Right, how much is in the pot?
I think Brian said 122. I think the pot really can't be laying more than 120.
There's no way that's worth it. And
No way.
he's drawn dead. He doesn't know he's drawn dead. He doesn't know that.
He is drawing dead, but there's no way it's worth a flush draw to call there.
Absolutely
He doesn't have any
not.
other type of draw.
No.
The pot's not laying the correct odds.
No, it's not.
No.
He missed, he said, sir.
He missed too, but he's got a queen.
Well, he didn't miss. He has a pair
Right.
at least.
Right.
But I think, yeah.
Now he realizes he was totally drawing dead.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. But that's actually the simplest math problem that you can do out in your head, because chip stack and implied odds don't make a difference anymore. Something goes all in the turn. Now you can look and say, okay,
Right.
I have
Now it's just the pot
this
in front of
many
you.
outs for one card, and how much is it really laying? In order for, even if no one else had spades, in order for you to call, a spade draw, and if you're
you
looking
think
at
you
9
have
odds,
your
the,
9
the,
outs.
the pot odds, really need to lay you at least 5 to 1.
No, it's not that much. Wait, hold on.
9 out of 45,
Yeah,
46,
you're 5
right?
to 1.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's all right, though.
Approximately. Give or take.
And of course, if you think you can make more money on that, well, no, actually, no, you wouldn't make any more money because someone's all in. I was
He's
going
all
to say,
in, yeah.
So it's a simple math problem.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And it was not laying him 5 to 1.
No.
So.
Yeah,
I thought you said you were going to chop it.
yeah.
Is that what you asked?
He asked, do you want to chop it?
So they're going to chop the blinds here, which means they're not going to play out the hand, and the house will just take $1 for collection.
And actually, I think either Brian made a mistake or it's still 50 cents at the 200 level. I'm not sure.
Oh, that's right. Well, last night we were watching the 816.
Yeah,
It was $1.
yeah,
It is
yeah.
50 cents.
50 cents. Yeah.
Just wink at each other. Go like that.
Of course, Brian didn't make a mistake.
No, I
Been
made
doing
a
this for
mistake.
15
I'm
years.
on a roll tonight.
No, it's okay.
It's not like I understand you.
But I haven't seen Brian make a lot of mistakes, though. Just
No,
in dealing
he's
at all.
great. No, he's a
yeah.
great tiller.
Three players.
And Baron Vangor Toth, of course, a frequent poster,
He
is
is
agreeing
frequent.
with
I've
you.
seen him a lot.
Agreeing with you about the hands.
Is this the bottom one?
Yeah, that's the bottom one.
Okay.
And I agree with you too. I mean, it's
20.
and it looks like he put a link up to some article, probably addressing the issue as well.
Make it 70.
So seed 8. It's got top 2 pair.
I'm going to go home and check out this phenomenal article that he mentioned.
And seat 1 is bet in with a flush draw, making a semi-bluff. And
50 more.
again, it's the same issue, Shirley. Does he have odds to call for his flush draw? 50 more He needs to have 5-1. Well, this is going to be a little bit different because someone isn't all in, so it's a question of how much more money can you make if you hit your flush.
If you do hit the flush,
Right.
are you going to be able to get money out of him?
If you think he has top 2 pair, you might have odds because you think if he hits his club, he can go all in. The
He
guy
can
will call
still
him.
get him, right?
But you don't necessarily
He
know
doesn't know
that. So. And there's the club, so let's see what happens.
We'll play tournament for a while.
Good. I hope you win. Good luck.
Remember, top 2 pair against the flush. We could get all the chips in here.
We could. Let's see what Seed 8 does here.
They don't have a lot of chips, so he's going to probably move all in, and then Seed 8's going to call.
Okay.
Yep.
So we had a $50 bet and all in, or a $60, and now he says he calls. So he did get all the chips. So the $50 call.
Well, yeah,
actually
but
worked out.
the thing was though, Shirley, is that when he made the $50 call, now you have to look at how many chips that you
96
can
more,
make.
but-
Right.
And he only had 200 himself, the guy in the flush draw in front of him. So he makes a $50 call, and the
Yeah,
pot
$10
is maybe $100 at that point or $150 at that point. And then he can make an additional $150 in front of him. So he can make, well, I guess, yeah, he can make $250. So that's the way that you think. You got to figure out your pot, and then you have to figure out how much more money I can make
If you
by
can
the
get
amount
all
in
of
front
it,
of me.
if you can,
Thank you, sir. Take care, players.
Of course, you never know if you can get the best of it on the river because would somebody with a single ace king call there if you got pushed all in, Lucky for the guy in seat 1, the guy had top 2 pair, so he was going to call anyways.
Ten of diamonds, Jack of spades.
Oh,
Thank
Shirley
you
was
very
right.
much.
Sorry.
Thank you very, very much.
Shirley was right.
Zorby, it looks like.
Okay. But anyways, the funny thing about that is if he did have, well, actually,
I've been so wrong.
I know he had
but
Queen Jack though that hand. I know he didn't have 10 Jack. He had Queen Jack, the guy that had brought the raise. So that isn't entirely right either. So, but anyways, the point is if he had a Queen of clubs and a Jack of some other suit besides spades, he definitely could have checked behind Ernie there on that hand from behind.
Oh, that's great. So, Barron again said that I should print out the article and then give it to him and said that no good player asks to see hands. If you want to be good, then stop doing that. That's a good one. It's so funny because the same situation happened today in the in the $100 no limit, which game I was sitting in, and someone said that, and I said I've got to carry that article because the only article I'm familiar with is Michael Malley's article. And I got to start carrying that around in my pocket. But
should.
maybe I'm going to go look at this article and see what this one has to say.
Now I'm really regretting laying down those pocket nines to this guy earlier in the day.
Yeah, but Phoenix still playoffs. I'll question them a little bit.
Actually, this is.
Take them right now. The right odds, I'll take
Oh, we'll bring that up on a later show, I guess.
No, you can't do that. You're not supposed to do that.
I was going to talk about something, but we're bringing up
Murray Stoudemire.
some other
They got a
time.
phenomenal team.
Top 5 best players in the league right now. Steve Nash.
That was a good acquisition.
So player 7 is not at the table, but must have asked to be, dealt in, and they're allowed to be asked, or they're allowed to be dealt one hand.
Of course, you would get dealt in because if you were to hit the jackpot on that hand, you
Only
would get
for the
a
jackpot
pot at
games,
table
otherwise
share.
it doesn't even matter. But on that hand, if they do hit the jackpot, and because he was dealt in, he's going to get his table
His table
share.
share, right? Pocket jacks. It looks like. Remember that he had jacks before.
She said raise. She didn't say exactly how much, but it looks like $80.
I think
That's $80.
Yeah, she did. I think
She
I
did
heard her
say 80, okay.
Yeah.
So it's $60 more.
Did you say that you played with seat 6 before?
Yes, I've played with him before.
Because I think that I remember for some of you live at the diehards out there when I played in the 200 game when I was next to Jennifer when you were doing some commentary.
Okay, because he was on a game.
When I
yes.
had pocket aces in the big blind and he had pocket tens, he raised and I flat called. The flop was garbage and I check raised him. And he quickly released his overpair, his tens.
Yes.
I think the flop was like 8-5-3. I check raised and
I think
quickly
so.
released the tens, just like he quickly released his jacks against that guy that pushed all in when the queen hit on the river. So
Yeah.
I don't know if he plays sometimes a little bit conservatively or what, but a couple times he's
Yeah, he's
quickly-
made some big laydowns. Okay, we have Roulette joining us in seat number 9.
Good. 4 players. You want to show one? No show. Okay. It comes with the rice lamb.
Okay, ace is 10.
Ace 10. People are thinking jackpot.
That's what, absolutely, that's what they're thinking, and nobody has the ace.
No.
Well, a lot of times you can tell that it's not going to be a jackpot because it was a limped pot. So obviously no one has a big ace. Nobody has a big pocket pair 10s or higher because it would have been raised.
Right. I mean, the only hope that, that situation might happen with the limp is if maybe someone had limped in from up front, or someone had ace jack versus pocket jacks or something like that, or it was limped around. And,
so the 3 has probably thought that he might have a good hand and now knows that he has no good, because the 3's going to be his kicker.
The board, probably, if you see a higher card.
The 3's going to,
3 plays the board.
But he had to take a stab at it to try to win the pot. That was the only way he was going to win the pot.
And actually, I love the check from behind here because
yes,
unless you think the guy has a pocket pair higher than... Actually, it wouldn't even... Yeah, higher than 10s.
Yeah.
He's not going to call, right?
No.
Yeah. The only way that, he could beat the board in that case is if he had if he didn't have a full house, the only way to beat the board was if he had jacks or queens or kings.
Right.
You know what I mean? And obviously the way that hand went down, I don't think he had that. So there's no point in betting there because you're only going to get called if you're beat. So.
No mayonnaise, right?
No mayonnaise. Rice.
Anything else?
Bottled water, please.
50. Okay, you have the card like this one?
No, I'll pay for it.
Oh, I'm sorry. Skolansky didn't write Small Stakes Hold'em. It was Ed Miller, as I'm getting word.
Okay.
It was in one of the advanced series books. And
I
thought
don't remember that book.
was,
I have a couple of Skolansky's books, which I find are, some of the most informative. I'm not...
Sorry about that. Skolansky did write Hold'em for advanced players.
Right,
and,
right. And there was a tournament book, which I loved.
Right. Yeah, the tournament book is great, too.
I'll take it at limit hold'em.
Okay, we have a new player in seat 3. His name is Timothy. I won't say his last name. Almost said his last name.
Time. Raise it to 20.
I was playing against Yoletta earlier in the day, too, and I had picked up pocket aces from the small blind. She was in the big blind, and it was limped. There was one limper on the button, and I raised it to 35, and she called out of the big blind. Flop was 5, jack, 5, and I bet, and I took a deep breath, and she folded. But I couldn't put her on a 5 in that case, though, to call that type of raise. But,
No.
We had just started the game, so both of us only had about 200 in front of us.
10. And then what? Jack. Then what? Then Jack wins.
I got that every Sunday. Suited. She'll play it.
I had seen a comment about somewhere I was reading over the weekend about why we haven't seen cards run several times in the restricted bind games, because we don't allow it because of the jackpot. In the 500 game, we'll allow them to run the river multiple times or to run the turn in the river multiple times, and you'll see that a lot in large no limit cash games. But in this game, because of the jackpot implications, it's not allowed. So whoever asked that question, that's the answer to it. Just like you don't see bills on the table here, where in the big game you'll see $100 bills because of the jackpot implications.
Raise it to 20.
I wasn't quite sure. I never understood that particular rule about the bills. Maybe because people might be able to slip cards underneath the paper or something like that.
Well, I don't see that it's any different than holding shiprocks.
Right.
My understanding, for bills is because it's you can't necessarily tell if the person has like 3 bills there, whether they're $1 or $100. So they just don't allow them at all.
But they allow them in the 500.
They do
game
allow
now,
them in the 500.
Yeah.
I don't know if they have some kind of rule that the only bills that can be on there are $100 bills.
What a scary board for Pocket Jacks, huh?
Oh, yeah.
Diamonds, 2-4's got the diamond draw, but he doesn't hit. It looks like Pocket Jacks has got the best hand. Wow.
He can't be liking his hand at the moment.
No.
It was checked all the way around. He says, okay, I win.
And if Seat 7 had spiked a diamond there on the river, he would have had the best hand.
Oh, and a huge hand with that. A huge pot with that hand earlier today.
Deuce 4
suited.
diamonds.
Yeah, well, mine was clubs, but deuce 4 suited.
I've been talking about the big game, Shirley, and tomorrow night we are going to be webcasting the big game. Normally we do on Friday nights, the $500 minimum buy-in.
Right, not
game.
the big game referring to the 400, 800,
Right,
but
no,
the $500
the big no
no
limit
limit.
game,
Yeah.
right, with 5 and 10 blinds. And, as I've watched this more and more no limit cash games, more and more, because we do this, I do it about 12 hours a week. It's almost a separate art playing restricted no-limit hold'em games versus unlimited no-limit hold'em games.
Mm-hmm.
It's not quite as different between limit and no-limit cash games, but they are two different games, and it's not just because the money is smaller. It would be the same way if it was restricted at a $2,000 buy-in versus an unlimited no-limit game. The chip stacks and pot odds really dictate different sorts of moves in restricted buy-in games. So it's interesting to watch the two things, because they are two different games.
Well, I figured I'd just eliminate some competition. Loser gets
I think I got some of your graces. This is
He's
my
all in
favorite.
28.
Looks like Seat.
Give me 3.
Well, Seat 6 had done a really big raise there to protect his hand, and the players all in for $28. So I was only taking $28 from
And he
Seat
has
number 6.
Seat 7 dominated.
Yeah,
here.
Milo was successful there and isolated the 9-10 right now.
If he's drawn to a 4, and there's the
I
king.
would have taken him, dude.
Yeah.
Straight. Yes. About 10 for
What is that?
Seat,
He's
I think it was Seat 8 against. Seat,
yeah.
it was Seat 8
I
against
think we
Seat
might
6.
not have seen his cards because we saw
He had
that-
Ace 4 offsuit.
If I raise,
No,
Oh,
the
but he
ace
took
king
it
would have
down.
won. No, his hand looked like middle cards. He probably didn't show his cards to the camera.
Oh, okay.
Because we saw that the 9-10 or whatever was in Seat 5, and then we saw the Ace 4. I don't remember where that was, but obviously the Ace 4 was not the best hand. We probably didn't see his card.
Roulette is eating there in Seat 9.
He didn't think it was important because he was all in or something. I don't know.
I knew you were going in for the 18.
We know Rick also talks about, too, about how he likes to gamble it up a bit. When you're down near the rebuy level in a 200 game, which if you're down to 100 or less, you can bring your stack back up to 300.
Uh-huh.
But you kind of get into a gray area where when you're around 110, 120, when you're not allowed to rebuy, but you don't really have a lot of chips anyway.
Right, so you
sometimes you
might,
might want to go
call
re-raise
off-
all in with 9s and 10s, right?
Uh-huh.
Or ace-king. Go all in, re-raise with ace-king. And gamble it up a bit, because at that point, when you're out 110, 120, you can't do a lot of things anyways if you've got a lot of big chip stacks.
No. If you come in for a raise, which I would rather do than sticking a whole stack out there on a pair that I,
Well, I'm talking about
gamble
like
it up.
re-raising.
But maybe, raising $15 to put you under 9, if you have pocket nines, raise $15, get yourself under 95. If you don't end up hitting the hand, you can lay it down and buy in for 200 more.
Or just pot committing yourself when you're short, when you're just,
Oh, yeah.
Anybody in the world with a computer can watch.
No, I know that. The ratings definitely has been up since it first started, for sure. I know that.
Of course, Shirley, I'm sure that most of the people out here watching are familiar with your website, www.poker-babes.
Poker-babes.com, right.
And if you haven't, I would highly suggest that you all would check it out.
Yeah, you
Got
can
some very
check that out.
valuable-
Or it should be there right when you're watching live at the bike. The link's on the right hand side. The pink little banner has a picture of me, and you can click that and get to my
Did
link.
you send mine in?
Do it after the show, and you can do some reading.
We can do it during the show, too,
Well, you
right?
can.
Yeah. Of course.
well, I told you a lot of times when I'm at home and I'm not here working or doing this, I will be on the computer doing work from my website or playing online.
Right.
And I'll keep it in the background. Interesting. I hear you say, "Oh, look at this," and I think, "Oh, okay. Well, let me get back to this," and I'll peek what's going on that particular hand. 4 hours to sit and watch only exclusively. This is
no.
a long time. But if you have it on
I
in the
think it's
background
something where
and can
people are
check
playing,
back and forth, yeah.
playing it on the internet or doing something else.
Right.
Listen to the audio.
I had my mom watch it. My mom listened for the first time last night.
Oh, that's
And
great.
this Carlos. Where'd I get his?
Your dead first
That was
guy
seat
I
one.
saw,
Is he a new player?
No, he's been the same player.
He's been there. Oh, it is Carlos.
that's Carlos.
Yeah, I've known him since I was, almost a teenager. A teenager, but I couldn't tell with the hat on.
He was the one that was making the calls with the
I
flush
wasn't
draw.
realizing who he was because he's got his hat. We can't really see his face. But anyways, I was saying that I finally had my mom listen. It was the first time that she listened last night, and she liked it. She enjoyed it, but she's like, 4 hours is a long time to
It is
sit there.
long
I'm like, I know. So she said she would get up, she would, go make herself salad and come back in, and she played a game online. I've got her playing online. Play a game online and check in every now and then, especially once I got in the game. Even my cousin last night, I said, did you see me? She goes, yes, you idiot. What are you playing in hands like that for?
Always hurts when you have something. Of course, the guy doesn't know he's dominating, but 9-jack versus
Ace-9,
and
yeah.
flop comes with a jack. And the thing is, you have all those biographies about some top players on your website. Have you actually spoken to most of them, and they go to the website too?
Most of them are my friends.
Okay.
Most of them because I've been in this business a long time. There are a couple people like Daniel Negreanu who I've seen at tournaments. I don't really know him that well, like on a high basis, but I'll send him an email and ask him some questions. But like Amir, I'm very good close with. Moneymaker.
I assume if you're a cocktail waitress, Men the Master, you know
of
pretty
course,
well.
yeah, I know men really well. Scotty Wynn well.
And Scotty Wynn, all those big
Yeah.
beer drinkers, right?
Right,
Yeah.
right. So most of the players I do know fairly well, but there are exceptions on there.
Were most of them good tippers? The ones that drank a lot?
I think so.
You think so?
I think so. From what I can remember,
Yeah.
I mean, when I was serving the drinks to these people, of course I knew that Men the Master was Men the Master, but
Right.
I wasn't into poker like I am now. It was something that I like to do occasionally, but I would imagine that, yes. I think I remember. Not huge, but
Adequate?
more than
adequate.
more than adequate. More generous than 90% of the people out there. 95% of the people out there.
Of course, those guys, they kind of almost everything that they do around the poker table and just in the casino is kind of done for a purpose. Because I know Men the Master tries to make the attempt that he's looked like that he drinks a lot, but he actually knows exactly what he's doing.
Oh yeah, he knows
right?
what he's doing.
Yeah. The same thing with Scotty Wynn too, right? They're trying to make the appearance
yeah.
that they're loose and they're somewhat inebriated.
Uh-huh. It's all a game for them, but they could do that. They could drink
Yeah.
5 beers and not
Right.
affect them and make
Right.
them look drunk. I would drink one and try to act not drunk, but I would be.
Flopping on the
I'd
floor
be-
after one beer, really?
I don't drink that much. I mean, when I do drink beer because that's what I like. But one beer it doesn't get me drunk, but it gets me buzzed.
Yeah,
That's
you
for sure.
Let's playing for the first time. She's got Queen 10 suited. There's nothing wrong with laying down Ace 9 offsuit from the big blind when you let it raise this. Now she is a late position raiser, but what is he going to come over the top?
He is going to come over the top. He was the original.
Actually, you know what? He's seat 4.
He limped, and he's not showing his hand.
Oh, okay. We don't know his hand. We don't know his hand.
There we go. He's putting him up.
He's got Ace King offsuit.
Okay.
Okay. So he limped.
He is being tricky. So she laid down her hand, and they all laid down the hand. Because we didn't even see who was involved in the hand. I thought she was the original raiser. I didn't realize
She
that
was
he
the
had.
original- right, we
Well,
didn't
I mean,
realize
I
that-
didn't even
yeah.
realize that he had limped.
Actually, I think that he was the big blind and the other guy was the small blind. So everyone was out. And you had put in a 15.
Oh, he was the big blind.
He was the big blind.
Okay.
Yeah. So that's a pretty good move. I like that.
You guys remember to keep your cards on the glass. No problem.
Floor man reminding the players to keep the cards on the glass.
That seat 8 guy a whole bunch of times. Horrible.
Yeah, it was C8 that did it earlier.
Look at that. How are you?
You notice that when people eat, and I'm the same way, that they don't really play as many hands. You see, that just keeps folding their hands.
Well, because you're not paying attention as much.
You just
either,
wanna
and
eat your
head isn't
food.
in the game.
We know that if Denny was sitting out there, he'd just be eating his food. He wouldn't be playing.
Take a look in there.
yellow gets me every time.
This one? I put it specifically there.
Right at the spot. Looks like decoration.
That's what you told me your name when I first met you. You said I'm fast. Yeah, I've been calling it ever since. I thought that's what you wanted to be called. 2 years now.
Raise up to 20.
Okay, Bart just took a little break. David's in here with me. David's actually going to be taking over the commentary because I'm going to be going home for the night. I'm off at 8 o'clock. So
Yes.
we gave Bart a little break.
Oh, I'm so excited.
So excited that you're sitting here with me.
Yeah, well,
Oh, thanks, David.
I've been in traffic in the 5 for the last hour. So.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Not that, being with you would
I
compare to that.
thought you
but
were
hey.
so excited to come sit in here with me.
I am excited to be with
Okay,
you.
all right.
So how's the game?
The game's actually been pretty good. The last 5 minutes or so it's timed up, or we haven't really seen a lot of action. But overall it's been good.
Well, it looks like we've got a couple people eating.
Yeah, that's what I was just saying. That normally when they're eating, they're not actually going to be playing as many hands.
Right. Well, that's one of my signs. If I'm ever in a hand when I'm eating, I got to have a monster.
Yeah.
But the game's been pretty loose up till now.
Yeah, I mean, not all players are playing loose, but there's a nice balance.
That's good.
I'm up 8-9, top pair and open end.
Did I miss?
I've been looking forward to this. I don't think I've done commentary with you.
No, that's what I was saying. Yeah.
This is exciting.
I've been wanting to do it, and I wanted to talk in here with you.
Yeah, I've been dreaming about it.
Do it. Shut up.
A little Freudian slip there, no problem.
10 to call.
If someone interrupts ordering a sandwich, they've got a big hand.
Oh, yeah.
30.
We got a $30 bet there. And Oulette's going to call.
Yeah, I'm not. Let's see what Ouellette has. She
Oulette?
has ace deuce. So
Wow.
So much for the theory of eating and
And she
playing
spikes
huge
her
hands.
ace. And she spikes her ace. Oulette's a pretty tight player generally.
She's
but-
normally a tight player, but from what I've seen in here, she likes aces, and she will play a lot of ace.
Ace rag, huh?
rags, yeah. And not afraid to get her money in there. That's for sure.
Yeah, wow.
$30 bet, and it looks like
Sit right back at you. 85 more.
87 more.
And the gentleman in seat 3 is really in a tough spot here. I don't think he can call this with just jacks.
No.
But can he let it go?
I don't know. I think he can.
Yeah, that's the problem with a lot of beginner players. Not to say that he's a beginner. I just saw him for the first time, but a lot of beginner players to those jacks, queens, and kings, they just can't let them go, even if they see the ace.
Right. I was just talking about that hand earlier. That is one hand that I usually, try not to overplay in the beginning. That way, if an ace or a king flops, even if a player doesn't have an ace or a king, and I lay the hand down, it's no big deal. No sweat off my back.
Yeah, I agree with you. In limit hold'em, I like to push hard with it, but in a no limit game, I actually will often limp in the jacks.
Yeah.
Try to spike my set. If I don't spike my set, I get rid of it.
Right.
$5, whatever, who cares?
Yeah. I don't probably normally just limp in, but I mean, I'll make a small raise, and if something comes big and it's a hand that they can't really put you on. Like if someone raises 15 and you just flat call, and they're not really going to put you on the jacks, and that's how I like to play it. I think I learned that Daniel had mentioned that in something that he writes either on his website or in an article or something.
Well, how often is an overcard going to come? Whether it be an ace, king, or queen? What is it, about 50%?
You're talking to the wrong person. You got to talk to Bart about these things.
I think it's about 50%, though, that one overcard will come.
Hers is real.
If you have jacks?
Yeah.
On the flop.
Right, and not necessarily, it might be about 45%, and I'm sure I'll get an email or something correcting me, but I'm sure it's right around there, though. And the problem is, unless you're in position with it, what do you do once, if a flop comes out with a queen or a king?
A high card, right.
The commentator's going to say something. Where did that come from?
Oh, there's some, that's the Thai fried fish. It's actually quite good. They serve it with a tangy little spicy red sauce. I love it.
Is that the one that really looks like a fish?
Yeah, it's actually the whole fish.
Yeah. Okay.
And we got a straight on the board there. We got a rainbow straight. And a couple of
pairs there. But nobody with top pair. It always smells good, but it looks pretty,
You know, it looks, it tastes a lot better than it looks. I promise you that.
Yep, $33.
$33, wow.
Too bad.
Well, he's all in.
He moved all in, and there you go.
Well, he's not showing us, or we don't have his cards. He's seat number 8, and he's going to show that he flopped the straight. We missed his cards. He hasn't been showing his cards like all the other players.
Oh.
So we didn't have him up there because he didn't show them, and then flashes them up when
I got you.
when it's too late to catch it.
Oh, okay. I was about to
You're sitting there wondering, like, what the heck is he doing?
Well, I
with
thought he moved in with
5s or 6s?
bottom pair. Yeah, I was like, wow, that's a pretty gutsy play there. Now back to the Thai fried fish.
Yeah.
It's actually, it's really, I mean, it looks nasty, but if you ever like Cajun Creole, like in New Orleans?
Cajun food? I love it.
Like catfish, when they put the whole catfish in frying.
I'm really fond of
Oh,
fish.
it's so good. Well, it's the
like
same.
shellfish, like crab and stuff like that. I like.
Okay.
But
This is catfish, deep fried catfish,
Yuck.
and this is deep fried Thai, and it's delicious.
all right. I'll take your word on it.
Hey, if you fry anything, it's good.
That's true. That's true.
You're not going to be invited back to this little soiree if you keep doing this.
Okay, he shows his cards this time. Let's see if he actually has a hand. King 3 might be good enough, though.
The big blind, seat 1, I'm not sure what's his name. He's got King
That's
Queen
Carlos.
suited. Carlos got King Queen suited.
It only took me an hour and a half to realize that he's been a friend of mine since I was a teenager.
Well, there you go.
As
He
soon as we
raised
got
the
his
big blind. He raised
face shot.
20. Really, childhood friend.
Yeah, well, from when I was in high school.
So is this the only way you
Well, he's going to take it down.
go play cards, but she says, okay, great, I better see you on
No, not at
So
all.
how come you're on the freeway this late anyways? Don't you normally come into work around 4 or so?
Yeah, you know what happened was my wife was actually stuck in Palm Springs and couldn't get back, and she was supposed to take care of the dogs.
Uh-huh.
So as a result, I had to go to the pet store and pick up the dog food and then go home and
If they
feed the
actually
dogs
need a
and take them out.
babysitter, like you can't leave them at home alone?
I can, but they hadn't eaten yet.
Oh, okay.
And my wife was going to be home at like 4:30.
Okay.
But I didn't have any dog food or anything, so I was
Well,
like,
you
gosh.
don't need dog food. You just make a mistake.
Yeah. Well, I went out and did that. Before I knew it, it was like 6
You're
o'clock.
too
and then- yeah.
I don't know who's better, Luke or his dad.
My dogs are my babies, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, I understand. That's how I felt about my cats before.
You had
before I had
babies.
kids.
Right.
And then now, stupid cat.
Right, exactly.
Raise up to 15.
$15 raise out of seat 3. What's his name? We'll call him Jax. What's his name?
Seat 3 is Timothy.
Timothy.
Seat 3.
Yeah, they've kind of moved around. I mean, this one's
This
not.
time he's got Ace King suited.
Make it 30. Make it 30.
I probably should update my little list there, especially because I am going to leave you. But you can see.
Make it 60.
Seats.
Call no more, nothing.
And look at this. We got a player in seat 8
Look at
is
it, you let-
Adit. Adit makes it 45, it looks like, with Ace Queen suited. And you're going to let our Ace Deuce go.
Let's see the cards.
What do you mean?
Oh, now we're all in.
And he's in a world of hurt right now.
Yeah, he's in trouble. He doesn't know it, but he's in trouble. Oh.
There he goes again. Let me see both of them. I'm going nuts in this booth.
Oh, there's the king, and now he's drawing dead.
I got ace queen.
Well, that's not good.
He wasn't drawn dead on the turn.
Oh, he wasn't. I'm sorry. I didn't see the 9.
Yeah.
I didn't see the 9 there. You're right.
Stack it up.
I didn't see the 10 actually.
Stack it up.
Stack it up.
Yeah, he's got it covered.
Thank you for correcting me.
No problem. Well, if I didn't, 2 + 2 would have.
Oh no, they would have jumped in there and said,
Yeah.
"Hey, if he spiked the jack, he would have got it."
What's wrong with you? You're not drawn dead?
I know exactly.
Shots Evelyn. Talk to Evelyn.
Is this the game that you normally play? 200 game?
It's between that or the 100.
Yeah.
The 100 game. They're normally the games I like to play.
Which game is better? Do you think?
It depends. You know, the 200 was the best, and this game that I always like to play. And then, as we saw like a couple weeks ago, a tight game, and that's actually kind of how it was going for about 2 weeks. And now it's loosened up again. I don't know because of the jackpots or what, but we've actually had like 3 or 4 games, and the games have been pretty good.
The 200s.
The 200.
Yeah.
So I would rather play in the 200.
Right.
Except if we had one, like we had here a couple weeks where it's just a bunch of, tight players. But
Right.
I mean, that's the case in any game. You can always find a game that you don't want to sit in because you've got a bunch of, nits in it.
Yeah, I know, totally. And your friend's going to raise the button there with King Jack.
Never bluff him out.
That's a
Oh, we got a heads-up play there. Oh. And they both got a little piece of it.
Very little piece for seat number 5.
Yeah, seat 5, well, he raised before the flop, and he's going to continue his bluff. And wonder how Carlo's going to play it now. Yeah, he's got a smooth call.
Trouble. 6 of diamonds.
And player in seat 5 has picked up a flush draw now.
He's going to keep going. Yeah, he's going to keep going. And hopefully Carlos wants smooth call here. I mean, we know what he has. He's probably thinking his kicker's not, the greatest. But we can see that he really needs to raise.
Yeah, no, definitely.
Actually, I would have liked to raise, on the flop if he didn't think that his jack was, a good kicker.
All right, the
he
player
needed to get the information on the flop.
And that's a scare card for Carlo there. If
and he's going to continue betting out.
And how much is he going to?
This guy's, he said 110.
110?
Yeah. And he called. Good for him.
Okay.
Seat number 5 had played a hand earlier.
Yeah.
Where he had the nut flush draw, he had the ace, and he had the open and straight draw. And me and Bart really, didn't care for the way that he played it. He just kind of, called the whole time. He never really made a move. And then on the end, when he missed, he moved all in,
Right.
And the guy ended up folding his hand, and he showed the bluff. So Carlos here might have called, even though that ace came, based on the fact that he had shown that bluff earlier.
It's interesting. You had suggested possibly raising on the turn. And
I was saying raising on the flop to find out where. Well, yes, I did say that originally, but to raising on the flop to find out where you're at. If you think the jack kicker might not be good, on the flop is where you should find out.
Oh, without a doubt, if you don't think it's good. But let me ask you this: what happens if you think? What happens if you're in Carlos' position? Carlo or Carlos?
Carlos.
Carlos. What if you're in a position and you think seat 5 is on a bluff? And if you raise him, you're going to stop him from bluffing.
Yeah.
So instead, you just keep calling and let him bluff and raise money.
Yeah,
which
you're right.
Seems like he did it, and it did it to perfection there.
Yes.
I'm sure you hear it from your girlfriend.
What is he thinking?
I'm sure you hear it from your girlfriend.
So Michael's in court, and you're playing the Jackson 5.
This is the question. After seat 5, what's his name over there? Amir.
Only girlfriend.
And he's going to call.
Get me in trouble here.
Steaming a little bit, from that failed bluff. He's going to call with Queen Deuce suited.
Where was that flop last hand? Go ahead, you get out.
Where's that flop last hand? What did he have again?
He had a jack 5. He would have had top pair. And he probably would have taken it down. Did he actually show the hand to the tape? No.
I don't think so. No.
So he probably was representing something, trying to say that he had some sort of pair. Is the jackpot still at 100,000? They haven't hit it yet.
No, it's not.
They hit it.
They hit.
When?
They hit last night at 4 in the morning.
Oh.
When I wasn't here. But the great thing about it is they started it out at 40,000, and they upped it to $1,000 at whatever time we do it, which is around somewhere between noon and 2. So it's already at 41,000.
Okay. And it's still going to be added $1,000 a day.
Right.
Okay, well, so we'll be up to 50,000 before you know it.
Yeah, no kidding. We'll be up to 100,000 before you know it.
Wow, so they hit it last night. Well, that's great. $50,000 for somebody.
It would have been better if,
Well, I hope it
if I was sitting at the table.
Well, yeah, of course. It's always better if you get a piece of it. Roulette's going to raise there. And she's got...
She made it $30. She's got a strong hand. She does have a big ace this time. She has ace queen.
And the button's going to smooth call with pocket sixes. Not a bad play there. I don't mind that play because if he hits or if it comes out rags, he's got position on Roulette, and Roulette's got to do something in front of him.
If he thinks he can get it away solely off the fact that he's got position on her.
Well, that's the third question now. If he puts her on ace king or ace queen.
He checked. So that's obviously, that's not why he was playing. He was looking to hit a set.
Right, exactly.
And if that's the case, then I don't like the play because, of his chip stack versus her chip stack.
No, of course not. You can't play heads up looking for a set.
Right. If he's playing position, absolutely. Then that's a great call.
Right. Because you're only going to hit your set 1 out of 7 times.
Right.
And he's going to muck.
It worked anyways. No.
Oh, he's the one to bet. I'm sorry. I'm a little slow. Slow on the draw here today.
That's okay. I made a few mistakes right when I got in the booth too.
But yeah, I agree with you. Hitting your set, I mean, you're only going to hit it on the flop 1 out of 7.5 times.
Uh-huh.
Which is just, playing heads up. There's no equity in that.
No, I mean, unless they have, tons of chips, and that's what you're looking for to take, I have told Bart this numerous times. I don't think that me and you have really discussed it, but the suited connectors and the small pairs, the times that I normally play them, when I have a big stack and the other player has a big stack, and I think they have a huge hand. It's when I think they have aces or kings, and if I hit a set, I'm taking all their chips.
Yeah, I can't agree more.
Those are times I want to play it.
I mean, when somebody raises me, if I'm in the 500 game and I've got $1,000 behind me, and he's got $1,000 behind him, I want him to have pocket aces.
Yes.
And I want to call with pocket fours.
Right.
So I can get all his chips.
Me and you.
So on 2+2, I have to say something to T.W. Siggy. He said that I have a great site. So thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Yeah, right. I got 10 minutes on today in the tournament. Setting up for it by accident.
And I do have a lot of relatives, yes.
There's 20 people left. I set it by accident.
Are you from California?
Yeah, I'm from California. But my mom has a lot of brothers and sisters, and there were 6 of them, and so I have tons of cousins, and they all live around here, and they're actually like my closest friends. So,
cool.
When I'm talking about my personal life, I'm normally talking about my family.
Okay.
Yeah, I got the test spot.
Good to know. Oh, we got Fat Boy there in seat 2. Recognize him.
Worked out good.
He's a live at the bike regular.
Right. I was saying I don't think that I've seen him playing the game.
A couple times when I called
the show,
him, he was there.
yeah, not when I've been in here. I've played up at the table with him numerous times. He's actually kind of mellow right now. I don't know if it's because he's eating.
Could be, yeah. Well, he's a big guy. He's got to fill himself up.
You got a board for this game?
No board.
Well, he raised there to $35 with King Queen.
And he's going to take it down.
Yeah.
And the blinds in this game are 3-5. So when you say picking up the blinds, we're looking at maybe $15, $12.
Well, if it's only the blinds, that's $8 because minus a 50-cent drop, so $7.50.
And if you get 1 or 2 callers, you're going to look at 15 or 17.
Only 130. I ended up taking like 390. It was good. Worked out good.
How many wins?
We split the first 10 spots got split up depending on the number of chips.
And weights?
Depending on how many chips you have.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So it worked out nice.
Did we lock him out? Bart's coming back in.
25.
How exciting?
How
Carlos
exciting. And Denny, too. We might have the famous Denny in here.
Suited.
So this will be my last hand. I got to head on home.
And look at this. We've got King Jack suited. Spades there. Actually, not suited.
We've got some hands here. We've got Ace King, Pocket Tens, Jack Queen.
Yeah.
And then King 9, which I've discussed earlier that I don't really care for.
Doyle Brunson actually calls King 9 the sucker's hand.
Well, I was telling Bart, you can't, unless you hit some miraculous board like 999, King, 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 you can't make the nuts.
Yeah, exactly.
You make a straight and you don't have the best hand. And
but you always got to be careful with cards like that. Jack 7, Queen 8, King 9, 10 6.
Right, with the bigger gaps in there. And I love suited connectors, and obviously those are suited connectors, but the bigger gaps in them, I'm not really fond of.
Do you like seat 6's play here, the 10s? Coming right over the top?
It was $25 pre-flop with that many people? Yeah, I think so.
Or, excuse me, 75, 175 more.
Now, knowing what everybody else has, seeing a king is dead already, he might get a call from the ace-king.
I think he probably will get a call from the ace-king. Well, the way that he's holding his cards looks like he's going to muck them.
And he does.
Yeah.
I like the muck. Believe it or not, I actually like the muck. I hate putting all my chips in there at ace-king.
I almost thought the same thing, and then I went home and did the math on this one particular hand, and it was, I had pocket kings, the guy had ace king, and I made a raise, and he had come all over the top of me with $300 or something like that, and I called, and he was only 30% underdog, but with the equity in the pot or something like that, and it really wasn't a bad move on his part, and I thought, wow, ace king, is only a huge underdog against aces, even kings. They have, approximately a 30% chance of hitting the ace and have the winning hand.
Right. Definitely. I mean, if the pot's laying you the odds, yeah, it's a good.
Yeah.
Sometimes you just have to call.
Right.
And if you know your opponent, you know, and if you think your opponent might move in with ace queen, then it's a great play.
Right. All right, well, I'm heading out of here. It was nice working with you, David.
It was great.
And we're going to have Denny in here. So.
How exciting.
Good night, everybody.
Good night, Charlie.
Good night, Shirley. Kisses and hugs.
Welcome, Denny.
Hey, what's up, man?
How's it going?
It's going good.
Yeah, you missed some great food. We had Thai fried fish here.
Hey, don't say that. I haven't eaten yet.
Oh, look good.
200 no limit, huh? That's my kind of game. $100,000 jackpot.
Oh, actually, $41,000 jackpot. They hit it last night.
They hit it?
They hit it last night, 4 in the morning.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Oh, what a bummer, man.
But it's still 41,000 now.
Yeah.
Jumps right back in there.
That's not bad.
We're supposed to put the cards here?
Yes.
Here we got
Ace 5-4 on the flop.
The cards you play.
and player in seat 8 is gotten top pair there. And Timothy's got a middle pair.
Oh, you can speak there too?
See how everybody plays it here. Mel's going to come out right away and bet it. Looks like, what is that, about a $30 bet there?
Yeah, it appears to be.
What tournament was tonight?
Tonight we have our Bounty Hold'em, Limit Hold'em.
Bounty Limit Hold'em.
It's $225 buy-in. 25 of the buy-in goes to the bounty pool. Every time you knock out a player, you win $25.
That's not bad.
We had 224 entries.
224. Okay, pretty good. So even if you don't come in the money, you can make some of your money back.
Right, you can still make money.
Okay. And Mel's going to take it down with the ace queen.
How many more chips can I buy? Just 100? Or just less than that? I gotta wait
You
till
have you have to wait less than. Yes. Get refund. Small blind, big blind, please.
For those of you that don't know, we have a major tournament going on right now. It's called Winning of the Green. It's our 16th annual. And tomorrow night we're going to be playing Omaha High-Low Split. It's a 300 buy-in, 30 entry fee, and no rebuys. Starts at 7:15. If you'd like to come down and join us, feel free to do so.
How many people are you expecting for tomorrow night?
Well, 300 buy-in, Omaha High-Low Split, I'm going to guess about between 150 and 180.
Got a couple big hands here. Player in the small blind actually picked up pocket aces.
78 total.
And he makes $75. And Timothy's got pocket tens. He laid down ace king a little earlier, so see if he can lay down this big hand.
You're only getting 3-4 to fold, right? Sure.
He's going to move all in. Sorry, Charlie.
I'm not sure, but I have a feeling Carlos might call him.
Yeah, I think so.
Put the blue into.
Well, he hasn't lost yet.
No.
He could get one on the flop, just like, you know.
Without a doubt. And hey, he can get a club draw, too.
But he is the underdog right now.
It's interesting. Just a couple of hands ago, he folded ace king, which was, it's never a big underdog unless you're against aces. But tens can be a huge underdog against jacks, queens, kings, a whole bunch of hands.
Queen 4-3. There's a 5. 7. No help.
No help.
Pocket aces. Take it down.
I think Carlos wins about what looks like about a $400 pot there. Actually, take that back. More like a $460 pot. Now, it's interesting, in a tournament, I actually like to move better with pocket tens because you got to push a little harder in a tournament.
Yeah.
Because you really got to build that chip stack because the antes and the blinds are going up. But in a live game, moving in with all your with just tens is a questionable play because at best you're really looking at it going, at best you're a little bit of a favorite over ace king or ace queen.
Right.
But sometimes you're a huge underdog.
You want to pause coming in?
Okay.
I see one question here. I just want to answer it. Talk about the jackpot we're speaking about. We have what is called a bad beat jackpot, which is if you lose with, in a Hold'em game, if you lose with aces full of tens or better to 4 of a kind, the jackpot is,
Or better.
Or better, right. The jackpot is rewarded. 50% of it goes to the losing hand, the one that gets the bad beat. 25% of the jackpot goes to the winning hand. And 25% is a table share, and is shared among the players at the table. So last night was $100,000 just hit. So somebody got a bad beat and won $50,000.
Look, nobody has a pair here. C2 and 5 both have a flush draw. They need one card. And C5's going to take it down.
Thank you.
Good bet by him. It was Amir.
What's he eating?
Looks like maybe a turkey club. Some fries. Fries look a little undercooked, but some people like them that way. I like mine when they're crispy.
I like crispy fries.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know anybody who likes soggy fries.
I figure even later the final is reduced by 6 points. Right. Right? That's how I think.
Okay, actually, maybe they're a little crispy.
Let's come to this.
Fat Boy's going to raise in the button there. He's got king queen. He's got a real hand.
How many are they down by right now? 5?
King queen's a real hand.
That's on the button in a with nobody else in the pot. It's not bad.
The whole game? No, the whole game is for the half.
It's not a hand I like to call a raise with, but it's not a bad hand to raise with on the button. This is when the 200 game gets pretty good, and some people have a lot of chips on this. Carlos looks like he's got about 800 or 900. Fat Boy's got over 400.
You know, they say on TV you look fatter than in real life.
Yeah.
Well, if you look at the stacks of chips, they do look short and stubby, right?
They do.
But they're really stacks of 20. They're normal-sized chips that they're putting out there. But the camera makes them look like they're a little fat and stocky.
So I guess the camera does add 10 pounds to it, huh?
I guess so. Flattens it down a little, too.
We chop, that's one.
And the pot's chopped. We move on. And I hope everybody understands I'm not really lashing out at Fat Boy in seat 2. That is his given nickname that he's given himself, actually. And when he introduces himself to people, he introduces himself as Fat Boy. So.
But he's not that fat.
No.
I'm fatter than he is.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Thanks.
And we seem to have a little lull in the action here. Like you were saying before, it seems like 3 of the players are eating. And when the food comes out, the action stops for a little bit.
3 are eating, 2 are away from the table. And the rest of them are trying to get even.
Yeah.
3 players.
And seat 4, that is Ernie's top pair there.
John moves all in.
Not quite, but close enough.
Oh, okay. The graphic was hiding those 2 stacks there. I'm sorry. Excuse me.
Same difference, though. So he takes it down with the $40 bet there.
Well, if you just joined us, we're live at the Bicycle Casino in Bell Gardens, California, 15 minutes southeast of Los Angeles. We're located just off the 710 freeway at Florence Avenue. Open 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. If you want to come down and play some live action poker or tournaments, we got them both.
I'm from Colombia.
Yeah.
I went to the soccer game last night, USA versus Colombia.
Oh, you did?
Let's make it 30.
Fat Boy's picked up a couple of jacks, and he makes it $30.
And he's got a fork in his hand.
Good game?
Yeah.
Be careful.
Going good.
No bad beats this hand.
Yeah, exactly.
3-0. Can you beat that?
Got one over.
And he shows, and nobody can beat his hand.
Queens. You remember that hand? I bet you had it.
I tell everyone that story.
Everything worked out perfectly. A small pad, the guy
Four-handed table, remember that?
Yeah.
I've told
The day you
so
left
many
the table, the day you were playing next to me, and he was
when
at
you
the table.
left, he raises $15, so I just call. Yeah, I got 2 queens. Flop ace jack.
I had jacks. I had jacks.
Oh.
Yeah, I thought he had ace king. He thought I had ace king.
I'll set you up, huh?
Turn ace. Yeah.
Oh, kill this 10.
We thought we had it.
Oh.
No, we weren't betting though.
And you can hear them, they're talking about the jackpot.
Yeah, $10.
What's the river?
Nothing. Garbage.
What time was it hit? Do you know?
Shirley said 4 in the morning.
4 in the morning.
4 in the morning, so I know I wasn't here, and Shirley wasn't here,
I wasn't here.
and you weren't here.
Unbelievable.
I was in Slumberland.
If you were here, you were going to be in a tournament area, I'm sure.
Oh, I don't know about that. If I'm here at 4 in the morning, I might have been in that game.
There we go. There you go. Got a Jack 9-8.
You don't have those jacks again.
Look like Fat Boy's got top pair and an open-ended straight draw. While seat 3, Timothy's also got the open-ended. And wow, seat 4 has actually flopped a set of 8s.
Time is also 25.
Anybody else have anything here? Seat 9. He's got the open-ended straight draw as well. There's a lot of money in this pot now. If I'm the 8, you got to push it pretty hard.
All the time. Serious, I get you.
Check.
What if I have a short memory? I have to recheck my cards.
You do that.
I can do that.
60.
You don't want Evelyn
It's
coming
60.
I like the bet by Fat Boy here. He's got top pair and an open-ended. And he's going to push it.
So I'm not used to play. It's just a matter of
And then Ernie's got to think of what to do here.
First time I've ever done that.
Ernie's just going to call. That's a dangerous call.
60?
60.
Minier's got bottom set, and he could be losing the queen 10 already, but you got to see where you're at.
One more Diller.
One more diamond.
Give him a diamond.
That's not a diamond. I have to check.
4 diamonds.
And the 4 spades comes. That's no help to
Go ahead.
He's all in.
Ernie's looking good here.
I don't think his name's Ernie, though.
It's not. Oh, okay.
I know. His name is John.
John, okay.
They gave us wrong information.
Let it go.
Maybe Ernie. Maybe John wants to be known as Ernie.
Yeah, maybe that's his nickname. I don't know. I was going to say it doesn't look like an Ernie, but hey.
You think of Ernie as a big husky guy, you know?
Yeah, no,
Stocky guy.
definitely.
I knew an Ernie.
Yeah, he's not an Ernie.
Bert and Ernie.
Well, John takes it down with the set of 8s.
Thank you, sir.
Curious move why he didn't raise on the turn.
He had a set of 4.
John looks like he's been here a while. He hasn't shaved. Well, kind of like you, David.
Yeah. Well, this is what happens. My wife's away for a couple of days, so the razor goes away.
Started, coming out.
Yeah. I give my face a rest.
41-46.
You're pretty good if it keeps it that pace.
That's why I say I like low. Keep it low.
I get 20.
I go all in.
$20. All in.
Make it real simple.
Seat 5, all in.
With Queen 10, he doesn't know how bad shape he's in because seat 8's got Queen 10 also.
Ladies tired.
She's all in, girlfriend.
If I fold, what happens to this chip? Goes to the pot? You're serious? Okay.
Oh, wow.
Folded it.
Seat 8 let go.
And he takes it down. Good bluff.
Ace Queen.
Nice 3-4 offsuit. You were good. 2-3.
Thank you.
You didn't have 3-4. You did not.
Big line.
A little posturing at the table. The chip stacks, I'm going to try to go through the chip stacks real quick. It looks like seat 1's got about 800 or 900. Fat Boy in seat 2's got about 450. There's John, who's got about, I'm going to estimate about 400 there. Seat 5, Amir, he seems like he has to bluff every once in a while. He can't stay out of the action. And he's got about maybe 100 chips, maybe 120. Seat 6, about 200. Seat 7, about 400. Seat 9's only got about 65 or so, and he's going to call him with 10-9.
You got a pair? You have an ace. You have a 10? 10 with an ace.
Keeps asking, you got this, you got that, you got this?
And
eight's good.
9-10.
And the ace 10 is going to win. He's got the kicker over him. One of those bad luck ones where you want to gamble and you want to move all in with it. With 10-9, you just figure both your cards are live.
Right.
In that case, it wasn't.
Chip.
And seat 9 there, Mike's going to rebuy it. Looks like he's going to actually buy in for 300. It's one thing when you get knocked down to the felts here in a 200 game, you can rebuy for 300.
$200 no limit hold. That's what we're playing.
You can parlay or separate bets.
Blinds are $3 and $5.
Mm-hmm.
And what?
We had a no-limit tournament last night. Dr. Jerry Buss won.
Did he really?
Yeah, sure did.
Wow.
In fact, he's playing again tonight.
Well, good for him. I mean, nothing else is going right for him in the basketball season. I figures let him win some poker tournaments at least. What was the field last night?
Right around 250.
250, okay. Yeah. And trying to figure out here.
Check.
Doesn't look like anybody has much of anything there.
No.
A couple of 8s. We got a couple of gut shots.
No clubs.
Not a club among any of them. This is going to be whoever bets wins it.
Seat 8.
And sure enough. Dr. Jerry Buss. Surprised he plays only. It was only a $200 tournament last time, right?
Yeah.
Wow.
That's actually better for you.
Because I know he plays the 400, 800 limit game here.
Yeah.
Question is, though, can they keep
And he plays all the big tournaments.
Maybe he played the $200 tournament to get his buy-in,
Yeah.
build up a little bankroll. For the,
What was the prize pool? What did he win last night?
I don't know off the top of my head.
They called a foul at Kobe on that?
But you at home could go to thebike.com and probably find out that information.
Yeah?
No, that was his third foul. When he fell down the ground, he took the other guy out. So. He injured him. It's good for you, too. Hours in the corner. Wow, play.
That's a
We've got a heads-up pot here. Looks like a $15 raise. So the pot's about $36 or so.
check.
Actually, there's a website you can go to check all tournaments all over the country to find out results the next day.
Really?
And that's pokerpages.com. That's what I use to find out results, of tournaments going on around the country. And sometimes they beat us to the punch.
Really? Okay. So you can find that even if no matter where the tournament is, you can get the information. That's great.
So tournament results and pokerpages.com.
Hey, was Sean Bradley a #1 draft pick at one point?
Well, it's amazing all the sites out there now. My sister was actually home. I placed in one tournament a little while ago, and my sister was home and she Googled my name, and sure enough, found out, my tournament, how I finished up.
Oh, I thought you were going to say it came up FBI 10 most
Yeah.
wanted.
Well, that too, of course.
Raise.
45 total.
Make it 45.
That's the total?
45, and he does that with King Queen's offsuit.
Plus tax.
Plus tax.
Does FBI have Google?
Probably, I assume.
Or Gaga?
Get any fighters.
This player here in seat 5, Amir, he's got an interesting style of play. He really likes to mix it up.
It is on our website. Dr. Jerry Buss won $33,820 last night.
Oh, well, that pays for about, 5 minutes of Kobe Bryant's salary per game or something?
Probably.
Yeah.
Next time call me.
Yeah, we'll change numbers.
Mañana.
Woodland Hills.
I'm not in Santa Clarita, but we can drop off or something. I'm gonna get Fernando to come down.
He comes every now and then.
Yeah, he does. This lady don't know.
Yeah.
And Carlos is going to raise it up a little bit.
45.
$45. That's a big raise.
I call you.
When I play this game, I usually raise something like $20, $25.
Yeah.
Nice of you.
if I'm first to act, and I want to put a raise in.
Right.
Because I don't want to necessarily scare everybody out, but I don't want to scare them in either.
Right.
Depending on the hand you're holding.
This is interesting here. Carlos is going to continue betting his 5s, and Amir is just merely calling with. Well, now he's finally got an open-ended straight draw.
Check it down.
And
there.
he hit his open-ended straight. He hit his straight.
It's all in.
And that's just not a good board for pocket 5s.
Straight was good, right?
I'm not quite sure how he called him on the flop, but hey, he's right. He's stacking the chips, right?
He had Jack 10, right?
Yeah, Jack 10. Flop came out Queen 8. He had the gut shot.
He's a big blind.
Exactly. Yeah, for $45.
$45. He had 5 in there. Had to go protect that,
It's one thing. I'm not a big.
I'm trying to put logic into this.
Right. No. Hey, you got to do your best.
Justify it. That's what I'm trying to do.
I like your hair.
It's interesting. In this game, I actually like to see as many flops as I can for as cheap as I can, and let other players make mistakes after the flop. Because since the blinds are so small, I mean, there's only $8 up for grabs. If I raise to $30 or $40, I'm only going to get called by a hand that can beat me. So I'd rather limp in, see if I can hit something big, and then win a big pot. Go ahead, though.
Last night I was playing online. I got into a $20 buy-in limit hold'em tournament, which I thought was no limit. So I was very disappointed once the tournament started. I found out it was limit. So I'm playing just about every hand.
Right.
I'm raising. I'm just trying to get my chips because I'm going to bed. I'm not going to sit there and play limit hold'em. For a while there, I couldn't lose. I kept building my chips.
I have to.
Couldn't give them away, huh?
I couldn't. I tried to. I'd play 9 deuce. I'd play every conceivable be raising. They were calling me on tilt. They said, I ain't on tilt. I'm trying to get the
Trying to give my chips away. I don't care. The sleep is more important than $20. I like the bet by Fat Boy here. He's betting his middle pair and his open-ended straight draw.
Yeah, I figure if I'd played the no limit tournament, I could double up a couple times and keep my interest.
Yeah, exactly.
Or go broke and go to bed.
Hey, there comes a point at night when the limit's just too much.
It takes too long.
Too much patience and too much discipline. You just go off. Forget it. I'm playing no limit right now.
I know he's underage.
Send him to the arcade.
God, the Lakers are bad. That's exactly right.
Once in a while when I play this game, I'm always interested. I'm always curious when somebody raised it like, the blinds somebody raises at $60. I'm looking at my hand. I'm going, man, I can only call you 5 aces.
Dallas plays up tempo.
If you really want my $3, go ahead and take it.
Right.
It's not.
I realized I said that too.
Some guys will do that.
Yeah, well,
they'll put up 500 to win 8.
Hey, I love those guys.
Yeah, because eventually they get caught.
Right, exactly.
50.
Did you see see what.
Hey, what's in a game like this? What kind of bankroll do you need to? I know. My bankroll is nowhere near the amount you're going to say.
Yeah, you gotta be careful.
To me, I wouldn't invest more than probably $700.
Are you saying as an everyday player or more as a recreational player?
Recreational player, you just could come in, sit down.
A couple times
for
a
the
week?
Night.
Well, then a couple times a week, let's say, you could probably have about a $6,000 bankroll.
No.
$6,000 for this game?
$5,000 bankroll. Well, if you wanted to play comfortably to the point where you're not, you can go through a bad month. Just think about it. If you come in a couple times a week, and let's say you lose 2 buy-ins each time you come for a month, you could be down $800 a week.
Yeah, but does the recreational player think of it that way? Does he think, okay, I need this bankroll for this month, or is he just thinking about tonight, like me?
Of course you're just thinking about tonight.
See, I'm just thinking about tonight.
But don't you want to play a game where, if you're running bad, you're not worried about...
Wow, that was nasty.
Yeah, but $6,000 worth? That's a lot of $200 buy-ins.
Well, I'm not saying you have to put $6,000 stashed away in a little, inside your little dictionary or something, hidden away in your house.
I'm talking about in my pocket at the table.
Oh, in your pocket at the table, you could bring $700 to the casino. That's all.
Right. That's a little more reasonable.
Yeah, no, you don't need $6,000.
Walk to the table, slap down here $6,000. Okay, let's play poker, guys.
But you don't want to get to the point where
I bet they'd love me. Huh?
Yeah,
we got a live one here. I'd probably go through it all. Seat would open up at the table, and all these players would have tons of chips like seat 1.
Right.
And the new player would sit down and he'd say, I thought this was a 200 buy-in game.
They'd make an exception.
Yeah, but Denny's in the game.
Yeah.
No, I thought I played pretty good Saturday night?
Seat 9 there is Mike's got top pair. Oh, and he didn't bet it, and he let Timothy catch the king.
Bet 40.
Now he bets 40.
Yeah.
Top 3 drafts in one draft.
Timing just a little bit off there.
Yep.
Miami. They got shot.
I think he's trying to represent the 5 there, but I don't know if it's going to work.
Check.
And then he backs off.
I only realized that you can't win this.
You two guys are going to tell you.
Figure there's no point in bluffing at it again.
I'm trying to see what your cards
No point throwing in bad money after other bad money.
Figuring if you tilt over a little bit, you can see your
But one danger of a beginner player, even if you're just a recreational player and you want to have fun, you don't want to play over your head in terms of, where you're playing, you're using your rent money to play. If you have a bad month and you lose $1,500 in a month playing this game, which is not a lot.
Well, I'm on a campaign. I'm trying to talk them into changing the $100 buy-in game to $2 chips.
$2 chips.
Make it look like there's more action on
What's
the
your favorite
table.
protein? Don't say
I mean, to sit there with just a stack of chips it
was the Rams.
was boring. It really is.
You know what?
Because you feel like you're short stacked all the time.
I never thought about it, but that's actually a good idea.
With one stack of chips, you feel like you're short stacked.
Yeah.
You get the green chips out, $2 chips. Now you got 2.5 stacks out there. You don't feel as bad. But.
Especially considering the blinds are 2-3 in that game, right?
Yeah.
That's a good idea.
Papa, you gonna call?
All right, I got one vote.
I got pocket 6.
He shows.
I'd also like to see him do a $40 buy-in for the lower limit player.
A $40 no limit game.
One pocket pair. Now on average, once every 4 hands.
And format, just like the 100 and the 2. It's $40.
Yeah, he wants it.
No more, no
He
less.
told me he wants it. He just stepped out.
Oh. And would the blinds be what, 50 cents a dollar?
Probably $50 a dollar, yeah.
50 cents a dollar?
$3 drop.
Okay, and these dollar chips?
Dollar chips.
That's the equivalent. I mean, you have 40 chips in front of you instead of...
It'd be like 200 a game.
Yeah.
Kind of way.
I like Armenia.
Are you serious? You gotta be kidding.
Probably one of only a few Persians that does.
I vote again for you, Denny.
One of only what? A few Persians that does. Speak Armenian? Not at all. Do you?
And one thing, just so all you people at home know, when I talk about distinction between a recreational player and a player who wants to play for a living, obviously there's a big difference between bankroll. But still, even for the recreational player, make sure you're not playing over your head. You don't want to get to the spot where you're playing scared. Because scared money is dead money.
Don't bet your rent money. And I'm serious when I say that. So many people do.
Oh, yeah. You got kings there in seat 5. He's actually got a real hand. Let's see what he does when he has a real hand.
100.
100.
And he bets it hard and fast. Seat 1, Carlos got the open-ended straight draw.
Let's go.
And wow. And Mel in seat 8 is going to call with middle pair with an ace kicker. He's seen this kid bluff one too many times, and he thinks his 8 is good.
Shit. Yeah, dude. Edit that out, alright? I said a bad word.
And what is Carlos going to do here with the open-ended straight draw? No, he's already mucked it.
Was that Chet? Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you went like this.
Oh, no, he hasn't mucked it. I apologize. He did. He used it there.
Seat 1 has the top pair now.
Top pair and an open-ended straight draw.
Careful.
300.
And Carlos is bluffed over and over again, so nobody's giving him any credit.
Seat 5 immediately called all in.
I can't imagine Mel's calling in seat 8 here.
Ace on the river.
This is good?
Oh.
Oh.
The kings are going to win it.
And look at that. Mel, had he stayed in, would have won the pot.
You can change it with a Jack 10? That's my girlfriend's hand. You're not supposed to do that. Is it yours too?
Hey, listen, David, I don't know about you, but I'm going to get something to eat. We're going to turn on the microphone on the table here.
That sounds good.
And I'll be back at 9 o'clock.
Oh, I could get some food too.
Like magnets. What about the rest of the stack back there? Do I get that too?
Good pot.
Thank you.
That ace scared the hell out of me, dude. I'm like, I hope he doesn't have ace jack. I'm like, yeah, wasn't 100 enough? Dude, leave me alone. I want to steal it.
Small blind.
Hey, that's not nice.
Well, I didn't say.
You know what? I liked you for a second. Now. I never wish bad for you. I already got the commentators going against me, dude. That's probably what I did.
What'd you do?
I'll tell you right after. Let me dump this real quick. I had a hand where I had ace 5 of spades. He hit pocket jacks. And it flopped. I think it flopped 6, 7, 8 of spades. No. It didn't, I'm sorry. It flopped 2 spades and 1 flush. So I have the straight draw and a flush draw.
Right.
He bets, I call. Turn, and then queen falls. He bets, I call again. River out of the blue, I just push all in. My girlfriend was saying that the commentators were saying, dude, what is up with the logic of this guy? Instead of going all in on the flop or the turn, why go all in on the river?
When you miss it.
Well, yeah. Exactly.
Shit, I missed. I go all in. Did you win?
Yeah, he ended up folding, luckily.
I haven't read your book yet.
No, it's very horribly played.
Kind of like when Gary McCord is
Just a
commentating
week
golf.
late on
He
Friday.
talks about what a 4-shot selection, and then somebody always pops up and says, well, Gary, they're playing and you're commentating.
Or it's like when Mike Sexton says, oh, he can smell weakness. He knows that he has a weak hand. Yeah, that's obvious when you're looking at the hands. You can say that.
Mike's book will be out in 5 days.
You lays?
Jack 10. Raise my blood pressure.
Thank you, sir.
He had a ton of outs.
Yeah, he did.
He did. He had a queen, a 7, a 10, or a jack. Look how the ace fell. Huh? See this guy? Mr. Triple X over here.
Brown bagger.
What did they score? About 40 points total? Yeah. Yeah.
They start off from 86. What's right now?
86. It's at 127 or 25. So 86, 39.
50.
Kind of in the middle.
That's actually not bad. Fourth quarter is going to slow down a little bit because they got to rest. So.
Not really.
Small blind, big blind.
You live
Raise to
across the
15.
street from where we work, right? Let me get in blackjack.
No, one of that.
Yeah. Your other card definitely higher than the 4, that's for sure.
Thank you.
What do you pay for rent over there, just out of curiosity? 15. How much? 15. For how
Small
many
blind, big
bedrooms?
blind.
2 baths?
Terrors.
By yourself?
Or me and my nephew.
That's nice. That's a nice apartment complex.
They used to do that.
What other people are starting to move in there? It's a little. How long you been there for?
Be a year in May.
I'm fairly in the neighborhood too. Yeah. So I get students and ordering North
I live in Santa Cruz.
Get 50.
Crap driving in the morning. Do you have cards or no?
No, that's out.
That 5, I bet that 5 gets terrible. My brother lives in Valencia.
Probably right next to me then. It's not the 14 you can take. It's either like the way over, it's either the 101 that's bad or the tail end of the 405. Going back, it's the 101. It's just horrible.
Thank you, sir.
We were so close to the 101, I'd drive up to the 118.
Yeah.
It's just quicker to just hop on the 101.
Take Balboa all the way down.
Yeah, it's just as. Oh yeah, you could do that. That's just as bad though. Everybody knows about the shortcuts, so you're not saving any time. Like when we had the slides, the rain and everything.
Oh yeah, that's the worst of the anyway.
Getting out took like 2 hours. Right?
Is it really moving? Motion sickness?
It's 20.
I raised.
Raise.
You need to keep it below 60 in this one, dude. Yeah, because fourth quarter is going to be.
Make it 60 total. 60, 40 more.
Okay, now force the call. And on first act, so
No cards.
I check.
4 players.
I check.
I love checking the cards.
You check.
That's not a check. That's not a check.
It's all in.
Let's make a pot out of this. I'll watch.
Time.
Why is it I can't read 3 dudes? You couldn't just call, huh? You had to re-raise, huh?
I had to.
Well, you want to take one more
It's coming. It's coming.
Oh, if it's coming, that fold, man.
Get
Mine-
in there. It's coming.
You got a pair?
It's coming.
You got a pair? Yeah, jack.
It's coming.
Jack
It's
with.
coming. I know.
No.
What was the other hand? That's a nice raise.
I didn't want nobody
That's a
to.
nice raise. I win that. I win that pot.
You would? 8? Are you serious?
You had the
8 what?
You had 8-9. What's the difference? Yeah.
I win that.
He's in the blind.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, everybody.
Especially you is.
That's a nice view.
How do you want to use it?
3 people? $3 people involved? No,
All right, it's the dealer.
The dealer's back.
It's the good dealer.
Uh-oh. That's it. Cards are going off the table.
No, he's a better dealer.
He's a better dealer.
A better dealer. Let me rephrase that.
Dealer chip.
Can I get chips on 4?
I was this close to calling you, man.
What did he have?
Second pair.
Huh?
Queen Jack. That turn would have. Diamond.
Oh,
That turn gave me a diamond draw. That's
last week, man.
I wasn't going nowhere after the turn.
Here you are, folks at home. Take a look. The commentators say
They're impressed with your play.
Pot's been raised to 25.
Forgot to mention that they commentate on this. You know that?
Yeah, I know.
My girlfriend was telling me they were clowning.
Anyone?
The 9.
Yes. 3 players in for 25. They were teasing your play,
to get
man.
on their nerves.
Chips in?
A check. Fix your cards.
100 behind seat 8. Marina.
That's it.
That was the hand. Yeah, that's all it takes.
45.
One hand an hour.
Yeah, 1 hand an hour.
You also lose 1 hand an hour.
Thank you.
Hey, they ran up 60 in this period.
Straddle it up. Let's get a pot out of this.
That's called chip hitter straddle.
We have a live straddle. Well, Steven.
Oh, yeah, you re-straddle?
Problem is, he's into the game for 1,800.
Don't lie.
So hot.
Live straddle, live.
Oh. First hand I ever won blackjack with.
Oh, there's somebody, huh?
Yeah, there's a live straddle here.
That's a raise?
Nope. Live straddle, $10.
Straddle before.
Okay, you have an option. Let's go. 3 players.
Chicks, dude.
You check first. It's on you, Ray. 25. Heads up.
Okay, heads up.
No limit. $60.
We have action.
I think Westchester High School could beat the Lakers.
Thank you, Ray.
How are they this year?
Or Fairfax. Fairfax is good. In fact, Westchester and Fairfax last year were number 1 and 2 high schools.
Wow.
Yeah. I went to one of their games. They were scalping tickets for $25. Not for the high school game. I live in Clyde, Colorado. There's a high school right by my house.
Okay, small blind, big blind straddle.
These kids are amazing. Really
One round one.
Sure.
Amazing.
One round straddle what? Yeah, why not?
Live straddle here.
Why not?
Talked him right into it.
Talk to my
Standing there.
Oh, no. 3,500, 2,500.
The pot's been raised to 30.
There's many bodies
$30.
that get in there and then better pot. God, they get some. Just
You know the guy, Darren Tate?
Make it 60.
Yeah.
We're going to raise it to $60.
Yeah. 40,000 people.
40,
60 bucks.
Youngstown, Bishop High School.
Oh, they have that big.
Make it 160.
160 now. 160.
One round.
Wow.
If you need it, come. I know the other one's a bad one.
Copy.
Yeah, copy.
Cousin in New York.
This time you have a pair.
Huh? It's like cousin in New York.
Do you?
Is he watching it?
Yeah, you did.
I know I've used it.
I have, yeah.
He thought it was like a bicycle.
You know you have to be
so he's all going
30, 60, 160. There's no chance I can call that.
That's the whole purpose of raising.
I understand. I'd like to see both.
Yeah, can we see both hands? It'd be great.
You have to see the cameras.
All I have to do is ask and I call back.
Hey, don't disrespect Seat 6.
No, I wouldn't.
I live down
Yeah, get a pair
These
now.
are Studio City, man. You have to be careful. Pop him over. Let's see him. Oh,
Ouch!
Monster.
Ouch!
I bet you someone's got pocket nines. Pocket threes?
Pocket threes?
I can't say.
I still think you're going to lose.
You do, huh?
Yeah.
There's the card.
Bet you anything else.
Got a pair for worse.
Before no good. Pair 8.
Winner. See you guys later.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for
Boy, what a
playing.
good raise you made there, sir.
You would have got killed at this car.
No, it's just that every one of these chips,
Thank you very much.
double would have been yours. I can't play results. I'm not calling that kind of raise. It was good bet.
Okay, small blind, big blind straddle.
That was brutal, man. He doubled up.
Pocket 4, pocket 3, pocket 8.
Raise that's fine.
Yeah,
You know what I tossed out? Ace King.
Excuse me. That's exact hand. I lost last night. Big part in the first.
Are you serious? Pocket 8s?
Pocket 8, pocket 4. He flapped.
Pocket 4, don't even talk about pocket 4. 3 times I get knocked out of tournaments with pocket 4, flop in the 4.
Seat 8.
Raise.
Pot's been raised to $30.
Oh, yeah?
Wow. Okay, we have action.
You're calling me Triple X?
I'm calling you.
3,900.
200 behind seat number 8.
Let's get
3,900.
60, whatever I've got.
90 what?
$7.
98,000.
Oh, really? I got one of those too.
9,800.
Oh.
Exact hand.
What was the other one?
I had a pocket 8.
That's ace. Two ace four.
Oh, you're not going to show the other one?
Huge laydown.
Check on the internet.
You're 15 minutes delayed, man. It's like 10, 15 minutes delayed.
5. Thank you, sir.
Deuce 8?
Deuce 8, yeah.
I went all in the tournament there with Ace Deuce against Ace
Yes.
Jack.
Are you going to come in?
With the 2 on the turn.
Okay.
$5.
Just $5.
Turned it to 12,000 in chips.
Wow. That's all it takes to play.
I felt bad for the guy. Not really, but you know. It was a bad beat.
You were thinking of throwing the second one in there too, huh?
You saw that?
Yeah.
Come on, don't tell everybody. Yeah.
7 players.
Too many.
It's a wooden
Seven's
frame.
too many. Somebody has to go all in on the flop.
I need that last one.
Check to you, sir. $15.
Okay, proper time. Much better than 7. Not 3 yet. But 2 more people. Four.
Okay, we've narrowed it to 4.
Okay, another blind. How about another deuce?
That's good for you. If Slava keeps shooting like that, Slava
That's
keeps
fine.
shooting like that, you're good.
Not Finley. Oh, man. 3 point. Oh, man.
Him and,
75.
75?
If you make a move, huh?
Oh, shit.
Here you got me. I was chip leader.
It's okay, as long as they lose by 6 points, I'm okay. I don't care about that.
Hey, small big straddle.
Give up on the highlight.
What's the total? It has to come up to like 187, basically, or under 187 total, right?
190.
190. You still have a chance.
Not much.
Not much, but
Tell you what, I'll tell you, I'm going to be very fair. I'm going to lay you 5-3 right now.
You're gonna be very fair.
I'm going to be very fair.
For 190. 5-3.
5-3. That's the kind of dog.
Under 190. Give me 4-1. Come on, there's 10.5 minutes left. Give me 4-1.
How many minutes are left?
5 players.
How about this? I'll take Dallas by 6. You want to do it? But you have to give me 2-1.
Your request has been respectfully denied.
How about I say Dallas wins exactly by 6? Give me 6-1.
15.
That I will and you won't, because I'll put a big number out. You're not going to want to cover it.
Oh, shit, they got It's okay, as long as they get win.
You get break even?
No, because I've been heavy on that.
Take Lakers straight up?
And reserve.
You took a money line or just the poker peanuts? Poker chip peanuts. Poker finger. Got a live straddle.
Everybody stand by.
Open shot, huh?
Let's try it out for $2. Go ahead. Yeah. Okay, never mind. Go ahead. Never know. I didn't know if you had.
If he doesn't have qualifiers, he's just a story.
Huh? 2-2's falling the board.
What's he going to win with?
Nothing. I didn't know what he had. I'm not going to take money from him.
What the hell is that guy?
Juice on the flop. Juice on the flop. Juice came on the flop.
I did?
But it doesn't help you. No jackpot.
Juice came on the flop. 5 and 6 is 7.
It doesn't sound like it's going to get there.
You just got toying with me, Mr. Triple X.
Fine.
No raise, I call.
He called. Called blind. Took an extra blind this round. We're going to raise it to $40. Complete bet, $40.
Time. Good happen.
Got a peach one? Give me a blue.
You're going to break my pile? Take it out the wall? I mean, let's get serious here.
I got it already.
Oh,
see?
Go buy yourself a new Mercedes.
All right.
Hey, what happened to the straddle?
I don't know.
Listen, I was waiting.
You always ask for the straddle, but you never do it. You want to start that whole thing. Whatever. The most inconsistent player I know at the table. Give me the button. You notice how they use good buttons here at this table, but the rest don't get it?
There's good buttons in the whole casino, sir.
Right. The best food in LA.
This casino is much better than Commerce Casino down the street.
Right on Telegraph.
Call.
You haven't got your hat yet?
Surrender.
6 players.
Check in the dark.
I check too. Check's good, I think.
First one to bet wins this.
Yeah, I check.
Check.
No problem.
Hey, I said
$5
first one to
is
bet.
bet.
$5.
You need one
This
more.
one's fine. Just put one yellow chip and then we'll check the river.
Raise him $5. Show him a little something.
I just wouldn't respect myself.
I think you need one more
Think of all
guy.
the other times you haven't
You
respected.
think so?
Why stop
I
now?
think so too. It's not bad.
I check.
I check. I got ace queen.
I had the same. I had queen 4. See, you bet out and stole my pot.
Thank you, sir.
How to misplay a hand.
Ace of diamonds, right?
It's in my new book. Dead money and drawing dead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Rattle on my button.
The only else they really have is a
Live straddle.
You don't have money in there yet.
Oh, what if Kobe and Nowitzki both get injured?
That's right. That's right. And I get to go last. Except
How much
you
you put on
really
the
get to
parlay?
go last. Right?
It's not that bad.
I have
Live straddle.
Yeah, why not?
No.
They're good. What do you guys?
There's a good shot. Another great effort by Kobe.
What's his name? Dreadlocks?
You know, when he was younger, he was so much better.
You never heard that said about myself.
No, but seriously though, I mean, he was a
Fine player.
You would have thought he would have been a good player now. You guys are hilarious.
20. $20.
I raise.
Much?
60. Make it 60. I call.
Make it 100.
100. Let me see.
Pot's been raised to 100.
Come on, 40 more is nothing. If you're gonna call for 60, what's an extra 40?
Okay.
I had a kicker with it. Top barrel. King.
Thank you, sir.
Just because they're playing amongst friends, I'm not showing you guys. Not to mention that you can check later on anyway.
Come back and win again. What a funny story.
Come on.
The Lakers are going to win?
So what was the money line, like plus 210?
Go. Okay, 3 players. $5.
No, straight up to win. Plus 3? 190 though.
170, 190. Probably like 175, late 20.
You said check?
I checked.
Okay, still 3 players.
I mean, this is a big win for them if they win. It's a charge.
I still check.
I got nothing.
It's a charge. Good call.
Okay, guys, what do we got? Ace high. Queen. Anybody?
King's good.
King.
What do you have here, June? Is it open?
What? What?
Send us a banana.
Or you can watch it on the internet for free.
You can buy my seat for it.
I'll sell to you for $5.
Is this thing live right now?
FKM on the other 200.
Call your lady. Tell her
Small
no.
line, big blind straddle.
Let her know, man.
Probably watching the OC.
Either that or The Apprentice right now.
The OC or Survivor? Yeah, Survivor.
Hey, tonight's a big night for TV.
Yeah.
And then Contenders right after Apprentice.
Yeah,
Too. That was a pretty good episode, huh?
I was just gonna call.
Boom. 15. Pot's been raised. 15.
I'll talk you right into it. What can I tell you?
Yeah, one of the guys that got
You're in.
No, you're like a bad cold. You're like a bad cold. I can't get rid of you.
Heads up.
That's what you're.
Oh, that's good.
I don't know. They're so secretive about everything. They can't release any information because it's reality based.
50.
How much? 50?
$50.
That's a good bet.
Never trust the man with the Hurley hat.
$5?
Especially one that loves Jack.
I think about that to flop on there.
With 2 cents on the board. They say if Jack 10 has any possibility on the board, think twice about your bet. It's the most common way to put it in.
Small blind.
I'm calling my Queen 10 now. Tell me your
When you're calculating on party poker, Jack 10 has got like a 70% rating on the hitting.
Yeah, I thought about it. Because sometimes I came to coffee to England.
Get with that man on 4080.
15.
Just you know.
Heads up for 15.
So what do you want to do before the flop comes? Check all the way?
Oh, you guys are making deals already? Oh,
jackpot.
He went.
This is 15. This is 5. Jack beats you? Same flop.
I know.
Would you rather
Thanks, sir.
Would you rather
No. Want to see it? No more aces.
Plastic card.
Thank you.
Welcome back. Just playing.
We're not on now.
Here we are.
Oh, look at that.
Hi, we're live at the bike. We're at the Bicycle Casino in Bell Gardens, California. Bart Hansen, Denny
I like
Williams.
showing them that. Oh, really?
And this is a 200 buy-in.
Oh, really?
No limit hold'em game.
Denny, I wanted to ask you about last night. Did you leave before? Did you leave before the tournament ended when Jerry Buss won, or?
I'll take the fifth.
Take the fifth.
4 players.
I'll take the fifth. My boss tell you ask me that question?
No.
You never ask an employee
Oh,
if you left
okay.
early, okay?
No, I just wanted
Of course
to.
I was here till the end.
Okay.
Why?
No, just because I thought it was interesting that Jerry Buss won the tournament. That's all. But I know sometimes you have to slip out if you're going to do another thing tomorrow. I mean, each day, you know.
That's it. I had a previous engagement.
Check.
I got flush.
Throwing dead.
All in.
Looks like C5 built up his bankroll a little bit since I left and came back.
One of the 2 sevens in the deck that were left might help.
Wow. You know, Fat Boy had a queen high flush draw.
This one with my Philly.
6-9, and the other guy had pocket 7s. Fat Boy had a cut a 9 on the river.
By the way, folks, C2 likes to be called Fat Boy.
Right.
Sometimes you do. It depends on.
Yeah, Seed 5 is
Register for what?
built up quite a chip stack.
I don't know if it's the program or the.
He made a pretty big bluff on one hand.
Cousin.
Got the guy to lay down the best hand.
Well, I saw you walk in with a rack of chips. What were you playing?
I was playing 20-40 stud high-low.
He plays online all night.
This is really one of the only places.
You want your blind, right?
Well, it's the only place in LA that spreads a higher limit stud high-low game, and I haven't really found. Yeah, I haven't really found another place that even spreads it
Even
higher
our
than.
competitor doesn't have it anymore?
No, stud high. stud high straight.
Cloud's been raised.
That's good for us.
This is a really unique game to this. And I'm usually on playing like on internet sites, stud high low, 1020, stud high low. Again, my name is live at BK Bart.
That used to be
Live
my
at BK Bart.
that used to be my favorite game to play before this no limit thing came along.
Stud high low?
Yeah.
Did you play 24 to stud high low?
Occasionally.
Or 612 or whatever they would have.
I didn't like that.
Yeah, it's like kind of like Omaha in the fact that there's in these split games, there's a huge gap between the low levels, which is 612, and then like up to even 1020 or 2040.
The good part is, though, you
We have Omaha high low here from 612, and then we don't have it. Really.
I always play for the low, back into the high.
Yeah. Well, that's actually in stud high low. That's
So if
actually
I
the
ever
best
play
way to go.
against you,
We have a live straddle.
you can assume I'm going low.
Well, that's what I do too, though. That's the best strategy because if you go low, you get a free roll for half the pot, right? And then you can catch straights and two pairs and all that stuff. So.
4 minutes, my friend. You have to average 4 points a minute, right?
So then, what are you talking about? If it's 4 points a minute, there you go.
$225 limit bounty tournament tonight. How many entries were there?
We had
Okay, just one.
224.
224.
Tell you what, I'll give you 191 if you like.
How much?
191.
Isn't it a little bit
Instead of 192?
a little bit odd that it's a limit bounty tournament? Aren't those usually no limits?
No.
No?
No.
What are the odds?
It's just the opposite. It's normal for a bounty to be a limit. Yeah.
You want the juice?
With that one, then all the bounties I've ever played in are always no limit.
Well, I have run some no limit bounty hold'ems.
Yeah.
They don't call that limits.
He's got big legs though.
But for years, we've always run limit hold'ems.
Well, for years, limit was more popular than no limit as a tournament game too, right? I mean, before the latest.
Tomorrow we got your game. You gonna play?
Yep.
Omaha
Shirley
high
and
low,
I.
300 bind, 30 entry, no rebuys.
Absolutely.
That's our winning of the green tournament.
Do you know how long the levels are?
40-minute round.
Good. So they're a little bit longer than the 200. I was just a little bit frustrated, Shirley and I, just by
We'll agonize you for
the lack of
little
play
longer.
that we couldn't get because of the limits were the levels were 30
Oh, you
minutes.
guys got knocked out anyway. What are you crying about?
I made it further than she did, though.
That just means you play tighter than she does.
Nice shot.
Do you play Omaha sometimes?
As little as possible.
As little as possible?
Yeah, I hate the game.
Oh, really? Yeah, some people are high-low players, some people are not.
Stud high-low I love.
Yeah?
Omaha is
A lot of times they go hand in hand. People do EO, and I know we had EO tournaments. I don't think in this series we have an EO tournament, but in Legends we do.
EO is half 8 or better stud and half Omaha high-low for you rookies.
I knew you were going to do that.
Who's slamming the table?
I knew you were going to do that.
Somebody slap feet 6 upside the head.
Check.
8, 9, 10, Jack. Oh, excuse me, 9, 8, Jack. Set of 8s for seed 8.
15.
And, you know, seed 8's going to bet 15, which is, I think, the pot size bet here.
I want the straight to beat you.
This bet is a little, I mean, the flop was a little bit coordinated. I might have bet a little bit more into that to get the 9s and the people with 9s out of there and a couple over cards and gut shots and stuff like that. But
Hey, you know what I heard? I found out that the low end of our demographic is like around 12 years old. So I want to welcome all the Michael Jackson fans out there. I couldn't resist that joke. Michael almost got thrown in jail today. He was late to court.
Oh, really?
The judge had a warrant for him.
I want to know what's the last hand.
You know, it's funny. One of those networks does a reenactment show at 7:30.
Oh, really? I've heard about it, but I haven't.
Yeah, it's hilarious.
Pot's been raised.
Because there can't be cameras in the courtroom, so they have actors playing the different roles, and the guy that they have playing Michael Jackson's got a white face, painted white. And,
no graphic details, I hope.
So is the same board, too.
Kind of scary for pocket sevens here.
You know, it makes you wonder when Michael comes out with the Thriller album. You got Thriller, you got Beat It, you got Billie Jean.
Got a pair. 7.
plays at 8.
Pair of jacks. Jacks and sevens there, I'm sorry.
A lot, actually.
I was going to say, if
He brings his friend with him.
if the river had paired up there, the 7-9 would have actually won the hand.
I've played there a couple of times.
Good pair
Not
of
that
ace.
much.
Well, I don't disagree with you, but if it's
Now, you
close to us-
may or may not know the answer to this. How did No Limit Hold'em get the name Cadillac of poker? I know a Cadillac is a luxury vehicle, but it's not the luxury vehicle. You know what I mean?
Well, I thought that it was
It's
the
not like a
name that
Mercedes.
I thought it was the name that Doyle Brunson gave it.
Did he?
I might be
Very-
mistaken about
that
that. But I don't know what the meaning of the name is. Do you know the answer, or are you just throwing that one out?
No. 25. Blacksman raised 25.
I hear they don't drive Mercedes in
25?
Texas.
No.
It's
Yeah.
Cadillac.
I would think, Cadillac.
Big
Where
horn-
he's from is
the big
probably
horns on the hood ornament
you know
there.
the best car.
That could be.
How is the tournament series going so far?
Tournament series is going very well. Very well. Numbers are up. More and more players are coming out.
How
to
many
play.
people are you getting for Super?
Super Satellite started out real slow, but we're giving away at least one seat a day now. In fact, last night we gave away 2 seats.
I
to
thought
a
you already put it
championship
up there.
event.
And we have it starts at 1 a night, right?
Right.
Just 1 a night. Okay.
For those of you that don't know what a Super Satellite is, it's a mini tournament. Is what it is. We have a Super Satellite. It's a $50 buy-in with a $10 entry fee and $50 rebuys during the first hour. Our championship event is a $2,600 total buy-in. And in the Super, for every $2,600 in the prize pool, we give away a seat to our championship event, which happens on March 27th. Super Satellites run daily, Monday through Friday at 9:30 p.m. and Saturday and Sunday we run them at 7 o'clock.
We were instructed.
Let's kill Ray.
By the way, if you have any comments, suggestions, or anything you want to talk about, you can email us. The address is live@thebike.com. Live@thebike.com.
All right, get blue chips on this hand. About to start raising.
And of course, we monitor the threads that are started.
All right, shout out to 2+2. Hi guys, how you doing tonight?
All right, Denny, here's one of those situations where the guy limped in with pocket aces, didn't raise. Now he's smart enough to get away from a flop like this.
You know what I would call you? But if the 5 falls, I got problems, so you can have it.
Did he just fold his aces?
Well, he folded his aces. You know, the guy was only betting into a gut shot, straight draw, and a flush draw.
Thank you, sir.
3 points, get it over.
At least, I got to give him credit, at least he could get away from the hand there. If you limp, you don't get an opportunity to re-raise. When you see a flop like that, you can't take a lot of heat. Although it looked like the guy only bet $5 into the flop.
You know, it's hard to get that right number. I was playing the other night. I had pocket aces. I bet like $25, $30. Everybody folded. No action. Next hand, I get ace king suited. It did the same thing. No action. I must have a reputation for being tight or something.
Yes, sir. Who's it on? It's over there. Raise the blind.
You ever tried to limp in with some of those hands from up front?
No, I've learned not to limp in with pocket aces. The hard way.
Pike's been raised to 10.
Nobody's playing it this year.
Hey, Puckett Poker, it was a ham and cheese sandwich, by the way. Answering a question from 2+2.
Heads up.
And it was very good.
Again, I don't got.
All right, here's a flop.
Check.
10, 9, 7, 2 spades. 7 has top pair.
Middle pair.
The middle
You
pair.
got an 8, you got a call.
The best pair out of the 2 players.
Are you serious? Then I'm in trouble.
Now he's got 2 pairs.
Kings up.
I don't have nothing, man. Oh, ace 5 clubs.
I would have loved to go my hand against yours.
I'll ask you another question I don't know the answer to. Maybe you do, maybe you don't. But I'm just kidding. Kings up. Where's that phrase come from? Where's the? Why does up mean 2 pairs? You know what I'm saying?
Well, I mean,
If you don't know the answer, just say you don't know it.
well,
I'm not trying to trap you.
I can kind of deduce what it means. I mean, it's come to mean that 2 pairs, when you say up, the higher of your pairs is the one that's up. Jack's up.
That makes sense.
You know, Jack's higher, up, above my other two
just
pairs.
throwing them out there as I think of them.
Here's the cow.
I guarantee I don't know the answer.
I'm in.
You're in.
Looks like seat 8's got Jack Queen suited. Seat 3's got pocket 4s.
50 it is.
And the button's raising with a King Queen offsuit. Pretty big raise here, probably trying to get everybody out. King Queen offsuit.
Not for $50.
Everyone lays it down.
Not for 20. Not 20 I call. Stealing them all night.
You get a good look at Fat Boy there.
Amir, taking your blind?
Who's that? Jive Turkey or Jive? Jive? No.
We were just reading a post on 2 plus 2. Jive Dadson or Jive.
Oh,
Yes,
okay.
you said Jive Turkey.
They wouldn't for me. What happened? They know I like you too.
Actually, tomorrow night, I think we're going to have a couple of people to start the show off that we've never had on the show before.
Really?
Yeah.
Special guests?
People that work here, Jesse and...
Halle Berry or?
Yeah. You wish, right, Denny? Jesse and
That's right.
Trisha are going to
Jesse
start
and
the show
Trisha.
off.
It's the Jesse and Trisha show.
16.
You're going to love Trisha, let me tell you. She is so funny.
Jesse, of course, is actually the No Limit host here, and he does a great job. He coordinates all the games.
And Trisha
the 100,
is his sidekick.
200, 500. Yeah, Trisha is his sidekick.
Are they married?
No, they're not married, but
Seeing each other.
Yeah.
$5 for my 9? $5 for your dues. This is an overtime.
Queen 9, Jack 9.
Thanks, sir.
It's like Jack 9 put a bet in, took the pot
What do you
down.
figure, man? You're 7 solid. Don't worry. I'm positive.
1, 2, 3. I was looking at seat 5. It
You really
looked like
think
you have
that if
about
they come
$800 or
back and
$900
you-
bucks in front of him.
You think they're going to win by 8?
And he was so proud of himself, Denny, when he made that cold bluff before you came in on the river.
Do you want to come in by
He
the
had missed
button?
his draw.
You can come in after, small.
By the button,
No, you
Seth.
pass.
Explain that to our viewers.
You can buy the button when you miss your small blind, and you come in and you put in the amount of both the small blind and the big blind.
So it'd be $8.
And then there are no other blinds. You're the only blind. And then the next hand, you actually get the button, as opposed to you would have to wait for the button to pass you and then post dead. So it's actually a way of getting an extra hand because it's the same amount of money.
Put in $8, 3 of us dead money.
Right. King 4. Looks like seat 5's got trips here. Of course he checks it. Again, I've made my...
$5.
I've made my... Did he bet $5?
Heads
No?
up.
Oh, maybe he did. Oh, he called. Of course, I've made my feelings very clear on this issue.
$5?
With about 4 or 5 people in there, Denny, with 2 hearts, I just don't think it's worth it to check. But now he's going to bet 10. And the guy's got ace 4. He's got bottom pair. I would smell a rat here, Denny. I would fold this.
Well, that's what seat 1's thinking.
Yeah.
He's going.
that's not I didn't want to take any more from you, so I said,
As opposed to, Denny, and the reason why I talk about not slow playing trips is putting in a bet of $15 there right away and getting a call from ace 4. Now you've made more money than he just made by playing it that way. Now, luckily, all these other people folded. But not only do you make more money, but you drive out people with dumb draws that might beat you. You know what I mean? Runner, gut shot draws.
Who do you think I shoot it?
Like I said, it's not necessarily a case of that you shouldn't slow play. Although in that situation, I don't think you should have slow played. It's a situation of people are going to call you because they're not going to believe the fact that you're going to bet right out with your 3 of a kind. So why not do it anyways?
Almost.
I really like to fast play this game.
Did I ever doubt you? I was here rooting for you on the 190.
It doesn't matter. I totally like you can win as I said. It's only a bonus if I hit it, right?
Yeah, if you take.
But No Limit Hold'em is not the only game we offer here at the bike. We have
send
a
them
blackjack game, all types of poker games, Limit Hold'em, Omaha High-Low, stud High-Low, Mexican poker.
Our California games are Pai Gow, blackjack, Caribbean stud poker, Super Fan 9.
And we even have Pangingi. Pangingi.
Pai Gow tiles.
Pangini?
Beginning of April.
Pangini.
No, mid-April actually.
Pan. We call it pan.
Yeah, pan.
It's kind of like gin rummy.
Denny, I was watching, I was discussing earlier before you'd come in the booth, I was watching the Legends of Poker finale on the World Poker Tour last night. Of course, you were there and calling the action on the floor. People got to see that. That was Denny.
Yeah, I hate when they put that on. I got so many autographs I got to do.
Of course, we saw some other characters that we've had on the show before, like Ron, the floor guy. What's his last name? The older gentleman.
He's like my business
Ron.
partner's best friend.
He was putting the money on and doing the chips on the table. Some of the similar dealers. Greg was one of the dealers.
You know Joey? From Padre?
Yeah.
The owner?
Yeah, I met him last night.
You were at the Kings game, weren't you?
At one of them.
The one where we were at the Kings Wings. The one where we had the luxury box.
No, I didn't go to
You
that
didn't go that one?
No.
With Joey?
Yes.
So, Roger.
Joey brought a girl over here. She works here.
Yeah. They were making a comment. They were making a comment last night about it.
Yeah.
She's a waitress, right?
Yeah, cocktail waitress.
So how have you been doing in some of the side games recently, or have you had a chance to play?
I've been holding my own.
Yeah.
The jackpot got hit, so I probably slowed down.
We said that jackpot got hit last night, or this morning at 4:30 in the morning.
Yeah.
Oh, that's you.
And it was funny. I heard it was from two people that have actually never been in the casino before.
Oh,
It was people that were out of towners came in.
Maybe they'll come back.
Yeah.
But still, the jackpot's 41,000 right now, so that's not bad either.
Well, now we're getting into a short-handed game, which we don't normally see on Live at the Bike. Got about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people. You know, it's interesting to see some short-handed cash, no limit play because the games change up a bit. You know,
maybe they made a deal and chopped it up.
Right.
Oh, wait, that's different.
Of course, you know, some hands that you can play now with shorter table, hands are stronger.
Don't worry, I didn't
That
look.
aren't necessarily as strong at a full table.
I do have to raise you because this is pretty nice.
Yeah.
It's not bad. There.
Seat 5 looks like it's got what,
I mean, it's
pocket-
not
is
good.
it King Queen,
There's
pocket
still
queen,
cards that can flop.
King Queen also.
I think it was pretty good. It's good in blackjack.
What the hell did you keep me on?
Thank you.
Right, see, right now, they only have 8 seconds left. There's no way they can come back and
Yeah, my online bankroll has been dwindling a bit lately.
Oh, yeah.
I had it up to 1,500, and now I'm down to 8.
Do you play the no limit cash games online usually, or?
Once in a while I'll play that. I play some of the low-level tournaments. And then I'll play 3-6 or 5-10 limit.
Well, he hit 2 3-pointers in 3 seconds. He scored 11 points in 9 seconds.
You know, it's funny. I was telling
inbound pass 3 times.
people watching this that I had read Small Stakes
Hit a 2,
Hold'em,
steal the inbound pass, hit a 3.
which is a book by
They'll remind you.
Ed Miller, I believe. And, you know, they had said that the reason why they didn't write that book at first was because they didn't want to necessarily teach you the way to play that. You wanted to be good enough and then build up so you can play higher. Well, now with the world of online, if you know how to properly play a 3-6 or a 5-10 table, well, you can have 6 3-6 tables going and make a pretty good living for doing that. Whoever thought you could be a professional 3-6 player? Well, really, online, you know, it's really giving you the chance to do that. You know, playing,
I can't see
looser.
playing that many games at a time.
Well, I mean, I play usually 4 tables at a time.
Really?
It's difficult.
Time. They can hit a 3,
Usually I'm doing that with
foul again,
Omaha,
and you
where
guys
it's a
miss one
hand-driven
free
game.
throw.
And
So you're the guy that's holding up the game all the time.
now look at this. Seat 7's got pocket kings. It's going to bet 35. And oh, excuse me. Seat 7 had the ace 8 and the pocket kings mucks. Fatboy, I think, brought it in for a raise there. Kind of like an ace magnet there when you hit pocket kings. It always seems to come out on the flop.
It like rattles. You know, like in pulling it in here.
We can't see it.
He got fouled too. Kobe hit his hand.
Oh!
So you got the owner of the Lakers over there playing 153, watching his team.
Damn, he said
come back.
Oh, he fouled?
They made a great comeback. Yeah.
How many people do you think are going to be in tomorrow's tournament? Like 100, 150?
Well, you and Shirley for sure.
Kill some time.
I'm thinking 150 to 180.
Almost every time I'm here.
That's perfect.
I think that was that's got to be the first.
Here, I'll set the line right now. 168.
168.
You want the overs or the unders for $1?
I'm going to go out on the limb and say over. I hope.
All right, $1.
I could be drastically wrong, but Jerry Buss, I think that was his first tournament win. Actually, I'm sure it was his first tournament win. Congratulations to him.
What, yesterday?
Yeah, as a win in terms of a larger tournament.
You don't think he's won anything?
I don't think he's won a tournament with over.
I don't know, actually.
With many participants, because I would have heard if he had won like a Nooner or something, we would know about that too, you know. So
I got something there.
Nooner are $10 tournament.
Right.
Actually, we got a couple
Call
of
75 and chase me to the river.
We continue to do the Nooners during the day during winning of the green too. So we do a tournament every day at
Monday
noon
through
anyways.
Friday we have Nooners at 12:15. Buy-ins range from $10 up to a $50 buy-in.
And they're usually multi-rebuys, right?
Most of them.
Yeah. And actually, you know, some of the no-limit tournaments, like a $10 buy-in with a $5 entry, with multi-$10 rebuys, gets, 100, 150 people sometimes? Huge amounts of rebuys, right? 800, 900 rebuys, right?
Ace Jack versus pocket kings.
3 aces on there.
No, runner ace. 1 ace on the flop, but they were both all in.
1 ace on the flop and his runner
ace. I guess his jack was good enough. That was a 100 game though. 100 game, yes. I felt horrible, but I was supposed to be here. I thought the 200.
Go ahead.
Show the internet my sponsors.
It's been pretty much a loose game, Benny. Did you guys see any great hands when I left the booth? No. Now, seat 9's got Queen 7 of spades, got a flush draw, gut shot straight draw. Pretty big draw and an overcard. And he's going to bet. I like that bet. And seat 4 with pocket 5s is going to call, because we see both hands, Queen 7 of spades, the overcards in the gut shot. I would say he's a little bit ahead, but he is drawing for some of the 5s.
There's the 5.
Oh, and there's the 5. Wow, so he's made a set of 5s.
Case 5.
And seat 9's got a flush.
Oh, it was 5-6. It's not.
Oh, excuse me.
Pocket.
I'm sorry. And flush is going to win. Shit, he was open-ended.
San Diego kids. Yeah. One of them was the first time in the casino. Can you believe that?
Not regular, but not.
No. It was his first time at a casino.
He got the big one.
Where was this at?
And one of the other tournaments we have coming up on Saturday is, $200 no limit, hold them with multi-rebuys, is that right?
Saturday, yeah.
Which is, I assume, is going to just be absolutely huge,
75,000 guarantee.
At least 400, probably 500 people entering, and depending on the amount of rebuys.
Yeah.
What game? 600 no limit?
Yeah.
What is it? 600 minimum, right?
600 minimum, no
I
max.
think the 400 range is probably more accurate.
And then the one on Sunday I'm actually going to enter as well, which is the one that I think the under-over will be no more than 80 or 90, which is $300 stud high-low.
You know what you do? You get up.
No, that should go over.
25 months.
Put $1 on that?
You go ahead and go play on a game or whatever.
I'll take the over.
I'll probably
over
lose
100.
that one.
I'll say over 100. You're going to lose them both.
Just tell them, no, I don't want to play anymore.
Actually, no, you might win
168,
tomorrow.
yeah.
You might win
Do that
tomorrow.
at all.
25
You took the overs, right?
Yeah, actually, you know what? I think 100's pretty low. But I'll take that, though. I'll get
You can
tied.
change it now.
Yeah, color change and then walk out.
Flop, set of 10s, 5, 6, 10, rainbow flop.
Any monies I do win goes to my child's college fund. She's 3 years old now. By the time she's 18, you know.
And Denny, seat 9's going to bet $50 into this. And let's see if seat 6 just flat calls here, or if he's going to... See, of course, you know, the thing is that I don't know... It looks like he only has about $100 left in chips. So you wonder if he pushes in here, the guy's going to call anyway.
Oh, seat 6?
Yeah, seat 6, he's got a set of 10s. Now he has... he's going to bet it. And the 10s check into him, and I assume he's going to push right now. There he is. Because he only has a little bit left there, you know. And the guy's going to call. You could have done that on the turn.
110, 114, I think.
When we talk about restricted buying games in the chip stack, you could have done that on the flop anyways. Check raised all in. And 2 pairs is not going to be any good.
No, 2 pairs no good.
But the guys with the 10s had to take a deep breath there when the 8 came on the river. Because the 7 would have given it straight.
But IRS is smart now because they recognize that people are winning a lot of money. And they want to
He can't do anything. Table games, you can't do anything. If you win 250,000 on
The one thing I've learned, Denny, from my play, just in this and just continuing to watch this, I think that us broadcasting this has improved my game, especially in these restricted no-limit hold'em games. And I don't really play the 500 game all that much. I have a few times. Watch your chip stacks. When you're going to call someone, it doesn't necessarily have to do with your cards, but have to do with their chip stacks and your chip stacks.
Right.
Their relation to your relation of chip stacks. If you're going to call with you're going to call with pocket 5s for a $20 raise, make sure that you can at least win $200 if you hit your set. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I've come to the conclusion this Live at the Bike is definitely an educational tool. I mean, you can learn a lot of information.
Because you're taking a risk.
And like when I played last Saturday night, I wouldn't have any problem paying a fair fee to go back and look at that tape.
This is an interesting hand. Seat 6 is flopped bottom, middle, and bottom pair. Seat 9's got an open-ended straight draw. Seat 7 has bottom pair with an overcard. I don't think Seat 5 is probably going to unlock. Now, Seat 9 raises with his open-ended straight draw. You probably will see Seat 6 come back over the top here, I would think. And actually, wow, did Seat 6 mucks the hand? He looks like he had bottom 2 pair. Well, I said he might come back over the top, but bottom 2 pair with that type of board is actually a dangerous hand. I mean, your hand can be easily counterfeited. You could be up against a bigger 2 pair. Open-ended straight draw, flush draw. I think I probably would have popped it again, but the question is if you get re-raised there,
they're not part of the union.
You could get in trouble. But if we look at Seat 9's chip stack, which we've been doing more and more, which makes more sense, he only had another 200 in front of him. So he only had 150 after he made that $50 bet. You could push all in there. You don't want to get involved with the deep chip stack with bottom 2 pair in a flop like that. Necessarily,
Seat 6 just got those chips from Seat 9.
You might want to come back over the top
rush.
all in.
You never know.
Okay, good.
I think I would have played that.
It's fine.
It's easy for me to say. It's not my money.
Just like those guys that win.
Everyone's thinking jackpot, of course, jackpot with this type of flop, but we can see that no one really has it.
Kill the jackpot.
Now, if Seat 5 had a king, 10 of spades, Denny, and someone had an ace with a high kicker, we could see a jackpot, but of course, they don't have those cards.
Good.
The king 10 called with the gut shot, picked up the king, and he's going to take this one down. And actually, I got the details of what the jackpot hand was, Denny, and it was a situation where I thought that it was going to hit. I thought that there were 2 situations, that were going to happen. Either somebody flopped it, or there was going to be a flop where there were 3 aces on the flop, which is kind of common. Someone has a pair over 10, and someone has an ace that plays in the hand. Or someone was going to be short chipped and be pushed all in. And I believe it happened at a $100 game where a guy only had 30 or 40 bucks left, and a guy with pocket kings, ace jack raised 15, and the guy with pocket kings pushed them all in and called for another 25, and all 5 cards came out and it qualified with I think it was kings. Yeah, it was kings versus ace jack, so he probably saw 3 aces on the board.
Are you guessing or do you know?
Well, I know that was the hand, so I'm trying to figure out exactly how it would happen on the board. And I'm assuming it would be 3 aces on the board somehow with lower cards.
I was trying to get you in your last hand.
Could have been 4 kings or aces 4 kings. No.
No, it couldn't have been that because I wouldn't have played. I think that's the only situation that could have happened. 3 aces on the board with those hands. Speak of the devil, we have ace jack versus king here.
Maybe we'll see it again.
We'll see. Ace. We need to see. But it doesn't look like...
Kings? Yeah.
Doesn't look like Fat Boy's going to call the raise.
Come on.
And everyone's like, why don't you play for the jackpot? Why don't you play for the jackpot?
That's how I got hit this morning.
That's how it's done.
And they're talking about how it's
Ace pick, kicker.
Let's see if they say anything.
Yeah, ace jack.
Sit open and
Ace
fold
ace
it.
jack. They
If
said.
you guys, you're right. How much will we win? I'll give
Yeah,
you
it was ace, ace, jack, and then another ace.
Probably.
So, it's 4 aces versus aces full of kings.
At $10.99 every one.
Because, of course, the winning hand has to be quads or better. The losing hand can be aces full of tens, but you can't have, aces full of queens beat aces full of jacks. That's not a jackpot. It's got to be quads.
So next time I'll just put like $1.
Raise 10.
Big slip for a seat 8, bringing in for a raise of 10 on the button.
Yes.
There should be a certain amount of entrance fee that one has to pay.
There's another one. How did it get its name, Big Slick?
I don't know that one. He's flopped top 2 pair here.
That sounds like a Texas thing too, with the oil fields and everything.
Sit open.
And it gets checked around. He's going to slow play it.
Wonder what Doyle was drinking that night.
I don't think he's going to get any. He's going to check it twice. Now he's going to put it in the bag. 7-9 can't call there. Takes the pot down.
Doyle's drinking in Texas one night, drunk, saying, "Hey, we're playing the Cadillac of poker, and I got a Big Slick right here."
Yeah, I'm going that game. More action.
More action. This game is almost impossible.
Check it out.
Look at that. Fat Boy's getting up, I think.
Hey, if too many people get up, you and I are going to have to cut out here
I
early
know.
and go fill that game up.
I know.
Good luck, everybody.
Take care.
I'm sure you guys are going to have a chance to watch me play at some point over the next few broadcasts.
Oh, boy, I can't wait.
Especially, if we do a 20 game on Saturday night. I'd love to get in that game a little
No,
bit.
we want you a no-limit game.
King Jack against 9 10 of spades. Gut shot straight draw and a flush draw.
Bet 20.
When you're playing shorthanded like that, draws come up pretty big. That's a huge flop in an unraised pot there. Got a couple of overcards, you got a gut shot, and you got a spade draw. Usually any pair shorthanded is pretty good here too.
Two big blind.
Big blind here?
Yes.
What was the tournament today?
Limit? Limit?
225, right, Mark?
Yeah, I think no rebuy.
It's funny, someone was listing about playing 4 tables, Danny. I assume there's a link, we haven't clicked on it, but I assume that's a link to the monitor the guy uses, and this is crazy N8. Do you have a pretty big monitor that you use? You only play 1 or 2 tables at a time?
I think I have a 17-inch.
Okay, I just got a 21-inch one, which is grert, because there's no overlap when you play 4 tables.
News player coming?
Ooh, ace 7. Jack 7's got the full house. He's going to get checked.
Well, I can shrink the screen down, which I do when I play. I've played 2 games.
Yeah, you can shrink the resolution down,
Been
right?
sitting here 3 hours.
But with a big monitor, you can shrink it down, and it doesn't even look that small, and you fit 4 tables in with no overlap. It's great.
Oh, he's 30 minutes.
Internet poker is really a big thing. I know a lot of people that do it full time. There's new software that comes out that helps you track how players play, and there's all kinds of statistics, and it's getting to be a very, very big industry.
That's too much information for me.
Well, you can imagine, I'm playing 4 tables at a time. I'm looking at my tracking
please,
software,
and
watching a movie on TV, listening to the radio.
Having sex.
Well, that's certainly is multitasking.
Good thing you don't smoke.
Did he really? Are you serious?
Looks like we got a new player in seat 5, Larry.
Those were the good old days when I used to smoke about 4 years ago. Sitting at the computer in your underwear playing poker, having a cigarette. I mean, what?
I didn't know that you were talking about cigarettes, but now I know what you mean.
This is the biggest spot we've seen right here.
No.
Wait until they turn these off.
There you go. We got action already.
200 behind, right?
Yeah.
C2 looks loose.
No, he's got ace king. Seat 7's got 8 9 of diamonds. It's not going to really help anyone here.
Okay.
There's the king. Now 8 9 diamonds got a diamond draw though.
50.
50 too much.
05.
Have you ever watched it?
Ace king beats 50 and takes it down.
I've never watched it.
What's that?
There's like a commentator.
Why don't you limp in, man?
Right.
Yeah. Why don't you just limp in?
You can't really hear what they're
Hey,
It's hard, yeah. Well, I guess.
Hey, don't forget tomorrow night on Live at the Bike, $500 no limit game. The first hour, 6 to 7, will be Trish and
Jesse.
Jesse, nice.
Yeah. Trish and Jesse. And Shirley and I are going to be playing in the tournament. I'm sure I'll pop our heads in there and tell you guys how we're doing. It's probably going to be you and Dave after that, I think. You and Dave Tuckman.
I just show up when they tell me to. I enjoy working with all you guys. King Jack in seat 5. That's the only hand worth mentioning to me.
And look,
Queen 9, seat 8.
This is Larry. He's going to limp in with it. King Jack. There we go, Larry. Didn't know. Looks like King Jack suited.
King 8 suited in seat 4.
Flop is a 3-3-9, 3-3-8. No one really has any bit of this. Oh, excuse me. King 8 has got a top pair there. Yeah.
Listen, I won't play.
This is actually a good idea.
So you never get to play in any of the tournaments just because of your job restrictions? Or?
No, I play occasionally.
You do?
I'm able to play in a tournament. It's if things seem under control and it's a smaller buy-in tournament, I might hop in.
Did you play in any of the Legends events?
I don't think I did. No. No, I'm usually good for $100 buy-in. That's about it for me.
There was $300 buy-ins were the cheapest ones in Legends, right? 200,
yes.
300, 300.
Yeah. Actually, I like the one that's coming up Saturday. The 200 buy-in, multiple rebuy.
Take one shot. Take one shot.
It's just it's a good tournament.
Oh yeah, it's a great tournament. Great tournament. 8-7-8, 2 clubs. Pocket fours has got the best hand here. And Ace Jack, Ace Clubs is going to bet. Take it down. Boy, the table's tightened up quite a bit here. Not seeing a lot of action. We got about 10 minutes left in the broadcast.
By the way, for our Winning of the Green tournaments, we offer one-table satellites every afternoon starting at 2 o'clock on weekdays, 11 a.m. on weekends. These are smaller buy-ins that give you a chance to win a seat in a bigger buy-in game.
And the thing that I love about these tournaments, there's the live at the bike card protector. The thing I love about the satellites here, Denny, is that you will spread same game satellites. So, and what I mean by that is, like on Sunday, the Stud High Low tournament starts at 4:15. You'll have $40 and $50 Stud High Low single tables. Satellites, which are great.
We also have the no limit.
Right, and then of course the no limit's always the constant, but you do have same game satellites, and a lot of places will only do no limit satellites. I get frustrated by that sometimes, but at a limit hold'em tournament they'll have a limit hold'em satellites here and Omaha High Low. You don't get to usually play those games in a satellite format. He spins the live at the bike. It's almost like a POG. I don't know what you'd call that thing. Card protector, POG.
Ooh, it's traveling.
You know what a pog is, right, Danny? You know what pog is? No?
Shows like reactions to flops and stuff like that.
It's one of those things that you throw into milk, or you throw them and try to. Someone else can describe it better than I can, but it's a game. You throw a pog, you have your spinner, and you throw it into a bunch of milk caps, and the object is to try to flip them over all on one side.
Did you play this game often?
Well, I played it when I was like 5 years old.
So there's a commentator, and then there's somebody who's dealing with the technical, right?
Yeah, shit, like punching in the cards that they have.
King Queen for seat 3 in the big blind. They're probably going to chop it.
Being 55 years old for me, it's when I grew up, it was just
I hear you, man. Yeah, no, I hear you. No, I know. I'm 40 years old, so I'm kind of in the same.
Larry's 40 years old. Do you think he looks 40 years old? Doesn't look
that?
too bad for 40 years
Which
old.
one?
Larry, seat 5.
when the phone rang,
40 years old.
Yeah, you could. Well,
I remember.
30s,
Well, I know you remember.
35.
You used to have to go to the play.
Of course, he's a buddy of mine. He's from Boston as well. He actually grew up a couple towns over from me.
With that big B on his head.
Yeah.
Boston Red Sox.
Seat 8's got a pocket jacks.
Raise 20.
How much online poker do you play, would you say?
Well, I
2 players.
I'll go back, and on the days that I work, I consider them work days, like tonight. I'll go back and try to play 2 or 3 or 4 hours on a work day, and then get up and come here. And then my days off, I don't. So I work 8 hours here, and then I'll maybe do 20 hours online. So I'll probably put about 60 hours of poker.
Find out what you have.
And then on the days off, I really try to, because you can get burnt out easily. I really try to take a break.
Isn't there a phone number we can give out for gambling problems? Hey, look at this. Pocket Jack, seat number 8, Ace 10, and seat number 5.
Pocket pick.
Beats me, man.
Not bigger than that, though.
The thing is, Denny, is I don't take the internet poker as seriously, probably as I should. And what I mean by that is I'm multitasking and really am doing other things. Like I'll go home and watch my TiVo, and then I'll watch. Like last night, I watched you on the Legends thing while I was playing, or watch some of the shows. Like tonight, I'll go home and watch Tilt, which I've given it a few. It's been on for 5 or 6 or 7 weeks, and I'm just about done with it. I've given it enough time. The only reason probably why I watch it tonight is I heard that Phil Hellmuth was going to be on it. And,
Phil, kick the door, Phil.
Yeah. Oh, Larry's got pocket queens in the big blind. Seat 5. And there's a limper. Seat 8's got a Jack 10 offsuit. And I would assume that Larry's going to probably raise this up a bit, not screw around. Pretty straightforward player. $25 raise. Jack 10 bucks.
A couple of years ago, Phil was here. He took a bad beat, and everybody knows how Phil gets,
John McEnroe poker, right?
Well, yeah. Anyway, he walks out of the ballroom, and he's going to walk outside, and, we got the double doors there. And he kicks the door with his foot to open the door. Well, the door comes flying off the hinge. He didn't do that on purpose, but he did. It startled him, and it was a big ruckus for him.
Well, I also heard that, I don't know if it was here, but I think it was here last summer. Did he incur a penalty for cursing last summer at Legends? No? I could have sworn that he had to leave the table for 20 minutes. Or maybe for mucking his cards off the table or something like that.
Well, that's a common penalty we give away.
Well, actually, Denny, at one of the lowball tournament in Legends last summer, when it was heads up, right, the guy with the smaller chip stack mucked his cards off the table and ended up getting blinded out, I think. I think that was at the lowball, or was that stud high low?
I remember, I don't know when it was, but it was three-handed.
Three-handed, okay.
Come on, someone call!
And we have a rule, if when you're mucking your card goes off the table on the floor, you get a 20-minute penalty. really no reason for a card to go off the floor. If you just set them down and push them forward, they'll never go on the floor.
It can be a little bit tricky when you're from seat 5, 4 through 6. You can accidentally knock them off the table. I've almost done it, but you're right. I mean, if you're aware of it.
It's when you throw your cards into the dealer.
Yeah.
If you just push them forward where the dealer could reach them, it never go off.
Has that rule been around for a long time?
At the bike, it's been here quite a while, yeah. That rule was here before I came back.
I want to play, man.
C3's got big select ace king offsuit, bringing it in for a raise.
King queen suited in seat number 2, spades.
Some action, man. Looks like you want to play poker.
So we'll see these two.
There you go. That's what I'm talking about. Nice.
And he puts them all in. Ace king didn't have much left there. Ace king's a pretty big favorite here. Denny got king queen dominated.
We don't get to see what you have.
This guy's drawing to some spades or a queen.
Either way, right?
Yeah. Okay.
Send 3 offsuit.
I have one of those pairs.
There's a king. There's an ace.
I think you got the winner. The ace king is good.
And the ace king's going to take it down.
Oh.
Yeah.
Tough, man. Yep.
You know, we saw a lot of characters on Legends on the World Poker Tour last night that we've had in the booth here sometimes, like Rick. He was interviewed and he was mentioned a few times on last night on Legends, and Evelyn actually was interviewed.
That's the only way I'm going to be on ESPN.
We didn't see you interviewed, but we saw your mug.
Huh?
You tried curling?
I still think I'm too fat for that. It's a curl, man, believe it or not. It's amazing. Archery is about it, man.
We saw Shirley when they cut away to the audience.
You need to
she was right there in the front.
He's got very, very good eyes and steady arm work.
I don't have good eyes, you can tell. There is.
Well, Larry's going to raise. He's in seat 5. Couldn't quite pick up what he had.
35.
Come on, Larry. Put him in front of the window. There we go. It's like pocket 10s to me.
9s.
Pocket 9s, okay. I'm sure he would rather not see a flop here.
Am I raising too much?
He doesn't.
He's going to run the broom. Yeah, he could have one over. The guy that actually left it
Pretty
go.
tight table here, Debbie, now.
Yeah.
My wife's critiquing my play, so I told her to brag.
Who is your
My wife.
Does she play?
Oh, yeah. She's a pretty job, man. To play full time.
Are you serious?
Isn't that?
Wow.
And Larry's talking about his wife, and I know that
She
tells
plays
me
some
that his
party poker,
wife
mostly y'all
plays online full time now. So.
Not that I'm endorsing any of those. Oh, she's very good.
Raise 20.
Yeah, come on, I want a good pot. Let's go.
Pocket king for Steve 2. $20 raise.
Mostly online she goes tournaments, heads up, and a no limit.
C9's going to call with an ace 8 suited.
200
Hey, crazy, you don't have to shout. Come on.
Two plays.
Better than working for a living, right?
Absolutely. You can carve it out.
There's the ace, Denny.
Yep.
Ace magnet.
The only thing you don't get is don't get any benefit.
See how ace 8 plays this. He's going to lead right out. He's going to check. And I don't know why he would. Oh, he's going to check raise a little bit here. Again, he only has like a little bit left. And now it's questionable what his king's going to do. He's going to put them all in probably. You wouldn't call here. No, but he's going to fold. You'd either muck or put the guy all in, and he mucks.
You see it on ESPN every goddamn time.
This shuts off at 10.
You see this idiot on TV? The guy that caused that fire
But when we talk about restricted buy-ins, that's really a kind of a weak call there, because if the guy only has 100, 150 left with ace 8 suited, even if you spike an ace, you don't even know if it's good. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And you don't have odds to draw for flushes usually. If you only have so few, you don't have enough money to call heads up with 120 left ace 8 suited.
Right.
I mean, it could be another thing where you think you have the best hand to push all in. I would do it with ace 8.
Put his cheap chairs in front of the train and
And I think we're getting word this is going to be our last hand.
All right, let's hope it's a doozy.
Did anyone die in the fight?
Yeah, a lot of people.
7.
Oh, did people die?
This is today?
C1 shows a 10 deuce off suit.
San Diego fight.
Ace 10 suited C3.
Burned up.
That was a big fire.
2,500.
Yeah.
And nobody's showing anything.
That's kind of how this table's been. Oh, we're going to do one more.
Okay. One more last hand.
I guess that Wednesday, the table was full of these types of people, huh? A few weeks ago. That infamous show that I heard about.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Was that last year?
2003.
What was his sentence? Oh, if it was life.
Well, no. He won't get
any jail time.
No.
Oh, really?
He's usually 5 years.
Where he'll actually serve?
Still want to see pocket aces, kings, and queens with an ace, king, queen flop.
Right. There you go. With the Jack 10 also in there, too, right?
All right, so he's got 5 years. So what is his actual sentence? He's going to serve.
16 months in county jail.
All right, pocket 4,
16 months in county
C1.
jail. We all wish we could do that.
Jack 10 and C3. Ace 2 suited, C5.
See if Larry limps in with his hand. Or
Jack
playing
2,
really tight.
C7.
No, he mucks it.
King 3 suited, C9.
Squeaky tight, Denny. Larry mucked the ace 2 suited.
Well, he's stupid.
And the button's going to raise the king 3
I know what he
suited.
did was stupid. I don't know.
I have a feeling we might not see a flop again. Of course, we talk about that rule, Denny, with the low pocket pair there. The raise is, I think, 20, so you really would want to try to make 200 if you hit your set. And the guy, it looks like he has about 150 behind him, so he's not really getting the correct odds to make that call. And again, we're not going to see a flop. But I think that is going to do it for us tonight.
Well, Bart Hanson, it's been nice. We'll see you again. And all you folks out there that are watching Live at the Bike, thanks for viewing. We'll see you tomorrow night, 6 o'clock, for Live at the Bike. Good night, everybody.
Good night.
It's here. It's big. And it's closer than you think. It's not a tournament. It's what you don't see on TV. The cash is real. The stakes are high. They bet big. They win big. They lose big. High stakes live action poker. Live at the Bike. Watch it live on the web or play it if you dare at the Bicycle Casino right here in Los Angeles.